Alright, let's see if this is working. Yeah, Caster Labs on sucks real bad. It's not great, I'm not gonna lie. What I want to do is see if Streamlabs will connect to the YouTube stream, right? We're gonna do some more reps here in a second. Should probably drink my medicine. 1 second to get my medicine. Like always. Dates. Is it Monday? Hey, how's it going, Kit? Thank you. I'm trying to see how Streamlabs works. Because for whatever reason, the chat seems to be working. Hey, how's it going, Fatty? Welcome. Trying to see if Streamlabs will work. For the chat. Okay, got an email verification. I didn't get the email. There it is. Nope. Still waiting. I'm trying to log into Streamlabs. But it's just not really good on the back end, so it doesn't do a lot of setup, I guess. It's trying to get me to verify my email address, but for whatever reason that doesn't want to work. Ugh. They have a Discord they have to join and try to get help with that. When I joined last time, it just wasn't up, so I left because it's a piece of shit. You know, I think this might be under like spam. No, it's not under spam, it just hasn't sent yet. What the hell? Okay, now it's there. Really? That was my verification for my email? Anyway, I'm trying to see if the chat will work for YouTube as well at the same time. See, it says Twitch and YouTube, right? Stream is played. Wait, that's not. This isn't fucking working. It says it's turned on for both. Let me try it. Okay, so yeah, their customer service is Discord, which, you know, kind of leads to the about what you'd expect as far as professionality goes. Test. That showed up on Caster Labs, I assume. Did not show up on Streamlabs for some reason. How? How? Yep. Hey, how's it going, Riptide? I was really hoping that would just work for Streamlabs, but it didn't want to, so I guess that's that? Settings are just for destroying things. See, like, the widgets in the chats just not, they don't work well. Yeah, because after last time, Caster Labs keeps freezing and shit, right? So I'm just not super happy with anything that I have going on right now. I don't know. I wish I had like streamer friends that could tell me what to do. But it is what it is. Oh. Yep, it just says there. Let me just save the settings for no YouTube and then turn on the settings for YouTube. See if that auto updates anything. And the answer is you can come ask our server what it's worth. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Test again. And it is not there. Oh well, whatever. We'll just get into some warm-ups really quick. So that I'm sorry, buddy. Did I spook you? I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby boy. I wouldn't mind either way. I mean, I gotta vacuum like every week. That's problematic. It's my dog. There's a lot. Okay, warm-ups. Yes. We're just gonna do some Peter Han warm-ups. Those are my favorite. I died and woke up at the end. How was yesterday's stream? It was pretty well. No commissions. Didn't get anything. I didn't know what to do, so I just kind of went to subreddit. We looked at a bunch of art, and I was basically glazing a whole bunch of artists. And because there was like, as far as recent stuff went, there was no one asking. Because I guess you really should go on when it's like, oh, what's it called? Friday or Saturday or something. To look for stuff. But it is what it is. I should probably do some fucking around with my aloe. 6, 7, 8. Well, that's not great. I remind you that I woke up dead. How can you wake up dead? Well, you start with being alive, and then when you wake up, you aren't. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Man, my lines are ass this morning. Well, I say morning, this afternoon. That's not true. You could be a ghost. Ghosts could be waking up. Four, 6, 7. Or a zombie. Could be a zombie. Lines licked on magma today. These jails really do miracles. It really does, right? Because it's something that it's like, it's easy to do. You don't have to think too hard, and all you have to do is worry about like really honing in, right? You're calibrating your senses. It's like pen calibration, but for your brain. Now, that being said though, do not use them as like your source of like pride or whatever, because they are warm-ups. They're not meant to be like anything that matters. So I know sometimes people can be like, man, I was really good at this, and then their entire personality develops around that, and it's like the one time if they ever feel like they didn't succeed, it really kills them. So four, 6, 7, 8. Because on Sunday they're gonna look ass. Oh, absolutely. Send me on side quest to Japan to learn the trade of ukiyo wood prints. Yeah, I told you you'd like them. You have a very similar hatching style to the way that the prints work, right? So I think you would like them a lot. You can often get negative prints because if you hatch where you normally would, right? What you're going to see is that all the parts that you want it to be dark are going to be light because those are the parts that are recesses. And then all of the parts that you want it to be light are going to be dark. And so you get like an inverted sort of like image. So it really helps with the, what's it called? Shape? Language, I guess. Yeah, the shape language. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, how's it going, Fred? How's it going? Oh, I didn't change any of my stream information, did I? I really, you know what? Honestly, I don't think it matters. We're doing the exact same thing as yesterday, so just doing some warm-ups here. Always a good time to do your warm-ups along with me, especially since you're just sitting here listening, or maybe if you are typing, it's a little bit more difficult. Five, 6, 7, 8. All about removing that friction. Ah! 0 stabilization. Yep. You don't need stabilization. Ultimately, how shaky a line is on a grander piece matters a little bit less, right? We can go to the Himalayan mountains and live with the monks in Kiryat and learn art. That'd be interesting for sure. I don't know if I could do that. I think I'm used to a certain level of soda in my life. I think the caffeine crash would be insane. Not gonna lie. It would go the opposite of hard. Daily dose of brain rot. Have come and petty deliver it there? What? I can't type. You think they have Grubhub? You're messing up with so many words. It's so hard to fucking read. So when you do these, remember that you're trying to build up a muscle memory, a rhythm, right? A pattern of doing it every time. So it becomes really easy for your body to lock in and learn. The simpler and more focused you make these attempts, the better you are at getting consistent results. Remove as many variables as possible and give yourself very clear goals, right? I've not done that, but do what I say, not what I do. A thing I point out a lot is that one time I'll draw a circle going this direction, and the other time I'll draw the circle going the opposite direction. Why did I do that? Because I don't know. I thought maybe it would make me faster at stuff, and it didn't make me better at learning left or right hand rotation, I don't think. But I'm stuck in the habit now and I can't undo it. So that's just the way it is. Purge myself of fast food desires. I don't think I ever could, I'll be honest. Like, I won't have McDonald's for like a year or two. And then I'm like, man, I could really use some McDonald's. Now I'll eat McDonald's like every other day for like a month. It's like it can't help it. It's a lot of food for really cheap, and I think that's really good. Right? Sometimes it can be pretty decent to eat a lot of food. It's not good for your health, right? But it's good for my wallet. Then my doggy gets some fries. So, you know, everyone wins. Cheap? Not anymore. I mean, to be fair, for 15 bucks, I can still get something that makes me really full. So, I only drink like 2 to 3 cups of soda per year. That's insane. I literally drank double that last night. I should probably not, but I'll be honest. If any company is ever going to get me to like simp out and sponsor them for like pennies on the dollar, it would be Inca Cola. It's a brand of Peruvian soda, and it is the best soda in the whole world. And if they only sponsored me by shipping me like crates of Inca Cola, I would sponsor them until the day I died. I'm not gonna lie. Big Mac does be hitting. I don't even get the Big Mac. I get like the McChickens and the hamburger. I need to create a shill emote. We have the industry plant emote that I gotta make. First fast food in a few months yesterday. Had Burger King. Looks like should taste good. I love the Whopper. I don't know why more people don't like Burger King, because it's 100 times better than McDonald's. But there isn't one nearby me, and between me and school, there's 3 McDonald's. So, you know. Oops. But Big Mac D anytime? What? What's going on? What's happening? Whopper, Whopper, Whopper. It's true. Honestly, Whopper is goated with the sauce, especially if you get it with heavy mustard, heavy mayo, cut in half, extra pickles. Fantastic. But that's a pain in the ass to order, so I don't want to do that. Every time I go, right? Oops. Alright, cool. Usually that's about enough. Let's just some shapes in perspective. Want all the cream. Hold the cream. Give me the Dairy Queen milk. What is happening? What's going on? People horny posting in my chat? In my Christian Discord server? We're already looking down on them. Perhaps we can go underneath. I'm not getting the special for this. I like me some femboy milk, locally sourced. Hi Sahil, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. Let me get some of this perspective right. It's for my friend. I like to order 1 liter, please. What? What? Oh my god. Banned from the Christian Minecraft server. Where'd you get this Street Fighter Ryu heads? What? That's crazy. Ah. Alright, cool. The only thing that I want to do now is I want to draw a couple more thumbnails of this one, just because I want to get the pose a little bit better. Okay, whatever. Thumbnail hell. We're not stuck in thumbnail hell. This is gonna be fine. You saturate too much. Too much, sir. Sir, I doth protest. Famous last words, will be fine. We'll be fine. We will be fine. You guys are so dramatic. Ultimately, this is probably going to save me, like, I don't know, maybe a day or so of work. Is this gonna let me decide what I think is gonna be good or not? What does the, where does the thumbnail need thumbnails? No, it's kind of like, this is the thumbnail that we're expanding on, right? I like the pose. I just don't like, I like the concept of the pose. It's like, when I sent you Worm's thumbnails earlier today. There's a thumbnail that gets like an arrow drop down, right? And it's like, this is the vibe that I'm going for. I want to expand it into some more thumbnails. And so similarly, I like the pose, but we're not really showing enough of the head, and I'm not feeling very strongly about the shoulder and everything. Can we draw? You guys talking about thumbnails, thumbnails, thumbnails. Can we draw? We're drawing nails. Come on, girls, let's go. And let me do the Edna walk. We're gonna do the Edna walk. Okay. I want to do this one. Maybe it's too big. I'm not really vibing with this angle. I think that's the end of that thumbnail. Let me just turn the shoulders slightly to the right. And if I remember correctly, I don't have the reference on right now, but if I remember correctly, where's my reference? Oh, right, my entire fucking computer restarted without me wanting it. Haha, that's why that went away. Load recent. I don't have the references anymore because I lost them. Because I didn't save them. You can pull this up instead. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. Okay, well, we lost the reference. We have this instead now. So, who's really mad? I guess. I'm liking this one a lot. There's a little bit of anatomy that we need to fix, but that's fine. Let's try to change things a little bit. Wow, chickens. What? What? Those aren't chickens. They're blue. Obviously they're crows. Silly. I'm liking this one a lot. Honestly, I want a pet crow and raven. Aren't those the same things? If you're talking about if crows and ravens are the same things, no. If you're talking about if chickens and crows and ravens the same things, also no. It's kind of like a genus, right? So corvids as a genus are all fairly intelligent. Crows and ravens occupy different niches, and one is significantly larger than the other, due to, in part, mostly by, I think, Hey, Rolla, how's it going? Hello, hello. We're finishing up by starting some thumbnails. I am kind of digging this one though. Also, I lost all of the reference I was using, so I just pulled up an old PRF file that I have, and I just have a bunch of pictures of penguins up in the corner. I don't honestly remember why. No, I remember why I have this, but I'm not going to tell you guys why I have this. So yeah, this is what I have. And then we can use this space up here for like the cross symbols. Ooh, yeah, I'm liking this way more. Especially with a character named Adonis, I feel like having this shy kind of closed off appearance is less impressive than having this kind of like bold and brash level of they know what the fuck is going on. We can use this particular show some of the fishnets of the character. Also with under that, and then tassels. Yeah, I'm liking this. Watching ads so you can have lights on tonight. Thank you, I appreciate it. Stops talking in the middle of a sentence and immediately moves on to a new topic. What? Wait, what? 8-hour drive? What are you doing for 8 hours for? Now I've forgotten what I was talking about in both directions. I don't remember. She in fact went nowhere and did not go either direction. It's a reference to the I go both ways joke. People will be like, she in fact did not leave the house and thus went nowhere. I can't move forward in my chair. Yep. I can actually look at ad revenue and see what my ad revenue has been for the last few days. Let's see. My ad revenue. What the hell is Turbo? I got 1 cent from Turbo. I don't know what Turbo is. So far in the last 30 days cycle, which is really the 26th, so a little bit less than a month, I have made $1.80 in ads. Let's go. 8 hours to a rock concert, best choice ever. Yeah, nice. Can you pay for my student loans now that you're a rich streamer? With my $1.80? No. Don't do streaming, kids. terrible job market. At least start off with, I guess. Who knows? Perhaps I will be a rich streamer one day. But first I need to pay off my student loans that I still have not been able to pay off despite being out of school for 5 years now. I haven't even been able to touch them. Water park in Tirol with colleagues. That sounds fun. Is it like a team building exercise, or is that just something that you guys get to do in Europe? So I know you get like a whole month off per year, right? My coursing makes 3,000 a week on TikTok streams. Wow, that's insane. Your cousin, I hope they're doing great. You know, we respect that. Slay girl. Okay, I'm definitely going with this one. So... You love this yet? Do you guys do thirst traps? I would. I don't have the body for it. I'm dependent heavily on scripts and stuff to do thirst traps, so it depends. Depends heavily. What am I doing? Yeah, a message from somebody. It's just for 2 days chilling because someone we know asked us if we wanted to do some dives from the tower, and they still had slots since the pool needed to be reserved. Have the higher ones open. Oh, that's cool. Nice. What was I doing? Right, I was getting the reference because I actually do need the reference now. Ooh, that's all ribbon. I thought that was... Right, well, that's fine. Canvas. New scene. Okay, we'll do it. Cool. Alright, let's... take a look at how this is coming up. The site has got something for sure. We don't care about anything below the waist. I'm not trying that. Let's see. I know you're rich, so you can spend that $1.99 in your community. Maybe share some fries or something. Yeah, right. I can't even get a commission. You guys talking about I'm rich. I climbed at first. They talked me into it. I still don't want to drive the 8 hours. At least you're not doing all the driving yourself, right? Oh, you're not even one of the people driving. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Being such a grumperton. There's a car alarm going, huh? You're okay, buddy. Don't worry. You're okay. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to start. They have gloves, so maybe are they fingerless gloves? I can't tell. Would a goth person wear fingerless gloves or fingered gloves? I assume fingerless, right? I'm gonna assume fingerless. Find that. With that $1, you're gonna be eating good tonight. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm hosting friends tomorrow, so I gotta spend more money than I have buying some pork chops and stuff. I think I told them I was gonna make pork cutlets, some deep fried pork cutlets. So Americans' 8-hour drive is nothing for an EV person. That's almost a world tour. No, it's true. I drove 3 days to get to Chicago. 2 days, more or less. It's like 28 hours. Did a couple times too. €145, you can get 500-gram crack great meal. That sounds good. For here, I can't even buy a soda at McDonald's. So rip and tear, rip and tear, rip and tear. Same, but Quark is cheaper than a soda in McDonald's. You can eat wet ranch. You can get ranch somewhere else. Free grass, that's fair. Here it's covered in pesticides, so it's not really food, right? I don't know who's actually eating grass, but you know. You and your Quark. I'm assuming they'd have like black fingernails. Can't see the fingers here. So tilt that I'm easily peer pressured into driving. What? What do you mean you're so tilt? Oh, you're so tilted that someone convinced you to do the driving. I understand. Well, not the driving, but to go on this crazy trip. I understand. I know what you're saying. Would be pretty easy to get upset at that, I guess. Doing some fingers the way that they are meant to be, very painfully and slowly. Pretty actually same angle. I shouldn't be exaggerating it so much. It should be more of just like a general stair step pattern. Crosses are super nice stuff. Yeah, I know. So the character has the cross design already, so I gotta zoom in later and find out the patterns so I can like copy and paste it across it, right? Maybe we'll do something different with it, which is like put it on like a perspective plane so that it really does look like the character is in perspective with all these crosses in the background. But I don't know about that. We gotta sit on it first. Working on this hand just because it's the part that interests me at the moment. Something that sometimes helps me with hands is drawing down the center line from the knuckle. So if you can imagine it like a cylinder, right? I know that these lines are going to converge onto that cylinder edge, and that's going to be the center. Like that, right? So sometimes it can be helpful to draw the direction because sometimes those planes are perpendicular. Sometimes those planes are not perpendicular. And sometimes they can be a single angle. Actually, I can probably just undo all that. Yippee! But I know that we have a ball, we're coming out and we're coming down. So I know that we're going to have less cylinder on this side than we're going to have on this side. because this side is the part that I'm not seeing as much from the center line. So I should see less of it as the cylinder moves away in perspective. 1. Acquire exquisite, scrumptious commissions from such a fine artist as myself. Couple of ways, probably. I don't know. 1, you could come to me and just ask me for a commission and pay, like, costs a lot of money. Or you could just end up and get lucky, be a part of the community, right? Have characters, and then hand a flowchart. You guys need a flowchart for everything. But yeah, the second way to get a commission is just be a part of the community for a very long time, very influential. Just show up every day. I see you. You are a positive influence in the community, and then eventually I'm gonna need to draw something for like an example or for like Artfight or like for whatever, right? When the docket is more or less clear, I'm like, okay, I gotta draw something, and I'll probably pick someone's at random in the community. But don't do it because you want the commission, because no one can guarantee that. The randomness of what's it called? My brain and machinations are unknown even to me. So your best bet is to just pay me. I gotta find out if my aloe vera is too dry. I am us. It is me. Me is us. Am I aloe vera getting back? I think it is getting back. It's hard to tell. Is that not moving? I don't know if these leaves are soaking back up liquid. They don't seem to be. They said that there's a lot of places online that are saying that, oh, the aloe vera is doing fine or whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I definitely need to poke around in the soil and see what's happening. I may need to separate it and do some stuff for it. I ain't got money. I ain't here for your labor. I'm here for the vibes. That's, that's it, right? You'll get a commission, maybe. I don't know. I'll probably just end up drawing something that you have done or want eventually, maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't like that finger anymore. The general ratio for hands is like 2/3 of this is the length of the next one. So this is the length of the next finger, right? And then 2/3 of the length of this one is the length of the next finger after that, right? So on average, you draw the hand like this, or the fingers like this. So that'll give you like the average distances, more or less, right? That's fine. On your commission sheet and or forum. See, I think the commission sheets and the forums are bunk after watching the Batty Ratty stuff. Not the Batty Ratty stuff. What am I thinking of? My brain. After watching the art mentorship video, because it does make sense, right? And after looking at all of the commission sheets on Reddit the other day, I'm looking at it, I'm like, people are going to just shop around and find the biggest, what's it called? The biggest deal they can get, right? The biggest save on product, right? And I can't guarantee that I'm going to draw the exact same thing every time, right? I can only show you this is previous work. In my brain. I can only guarantee, right, this is the previous work that I've done. You can promote my artworks, right? Look at this artist that has done these illustrations, right? And then if you want commission, contact them. They're really open. Whatever your preferred platform is, go through that and ask them. Talk to me. I am here. I'm literally here for 5 hours every day Maybe on weekends too. We'll see how the porn goes. We're probably going to be drawing porn on weekends because we can't draw porn during the week. That's where we're doing the tits. That's where we're doing the dicks. It's on the weekends. Maybe. I don't know yet. Haven't nothing concrete. No guarantees. This sale is not final. Anyway, the other thing you want to do when you're drawing hand or fingers is that these sections are like trapezoid shaped, right? So this is where the fat location is. This is where the dip is going to be. This is where the dip is going to be. Because when the finger curls up, you're going to have this kind of a shape. And I think I've given this discussion before. But that's more or less the shape that the finger does. The middle one always gets the biggest pinch. The outside ones are the ones that are going to look thickest. Just a quick drawing of my own hand here. But yeah. Finger curled up. Porn on Saturdays, exactly. Welcome to the church stream. This is the Sunday stream for Sprung where we do only tits. I see I draw for fun, you draw to earn, we're not the same. I don't need a commission list. It's true. I also don't need a commission list though. Because people should ask me, right? And right now, like a full illustration like Bumble, I'm gonna price around $200, right? And I should be charging more because $200 is not enough based on the time that I spent on Bumble to make a living. But it'll pad stuff out while I get experience and then I can build up the costs and stuff, right? But people should, if Twitch would open the gates, we would lose Sprung? What? Open the gate? Wait, what does that mean? Open the gate. But yeah. So basically, when I drew Bumble, it took me a week, right? That's full illustration. That's like everything I've got right now. That's where I'm at, where everything is like as consistent as I want it to be, right? Like I could draw Bumble again with any character, at least that level of illustration. And it would take me about a week, I hope, more or less, right? But if it takes me a week to draw an illustration, and rent is due every 4 weeks, right? So that means to make rent, I need to be making at least $400 a week. Twitch week or serious week? Twitch week, right? Which is what I'm going to be doing anyway, right? How about $1 commission and you know that you have $1. For $1, you get a smiley face. I'll draw a little smiley face for you. At that level of detail. Which would permit not safe for work. My guess would be your content would be 99%. It would 100% be mostly not safe for work. Mostly just me drawing myself naked. I'm not gonna lie. The only dollar I have. Bum. What are we talking about? Which one's wild? The illustration? What if me drawing like I would need to get $400 a week to be able to make rent? Yeah, it is wild. My friend was telling me I should just start looking for a job at a bakery. One that has like a morning shift sort of a deal. So that I can, what's it called? can like keep doing streaming and stuff while I'm padding out my thing, but I'm so fucking tired already, exhausted from not even fucking doing anything. I'd have to drop opera and stuff and things. Switch has my best interests at heart. That's fair. That is fair, Roll. Wouldn't want to lose someone as loyal as you. Let's see. Rotting in bed. What? Rotting in bed? What? Who's rotting in bed? That's still pointing down. I pointed the wrong direction. The coolest thing I've seen wasn't some 4,000 pencil render of Actor. Some dude who made a whole art out of emojis as his snap story or something. Yeah, you can, what's it called? There's this other artist that I really like. It's, Don't Draw Blake or something? Don't Draw Jake? Or Jake Don't Draw, right? Yeah, I think it's Jake Don't Draw. And he turned his face into like a vector art brush, right? So every like brush stroke is just his face with like a little bit of hue separation, right? So there's a little bit of variance when he does a brush stroke. And he started to just like paint with it because he thought it would be an awful brush, but it turns out it has some really good variance in like texture and stuff because it's just like, you know, it helps you focus more on the big shapes than focusing on the details. So it was really funny. It's gonna be close enough. I don't want to worry about it or think about it too much anymore. I'm gonna erase some of these structure lines. It's a little bit easier to see. Because sometimes structure lines are good, but sometimes they can get in the way also. To stop you from seeing what's actually there. Right? Because they're pretty good for getting the shape in place. But then beyond that, you need to be able to see the shape with your own eyes. You can't be stuck looking at the thing that helps you get the shape forever. You have to actually draw the shape. I know. It's hard. It's hard. You don't want to do it. I don't want to do it either. We actually do have to finish the drawing instead of imagining, believing the beautiful lie that the structures tell us. Because I think that's the big thing that beginner artists get hung up on, is that their line work doesn't look good. And believe me, I was there like shit, maybe just 5 months ago, right? There was no consistency in that escape. And there's this level of, you have to let go of the structural lines that you've made and just see the cube without the other lines. That makes sense. How is that lighthouse painting you were doing? The one I was watching when I found you. Do you do architecture much? I don't do a ton of architecture. I'm not gonna lie. Lighthouse painting? What the hell? Are you sure it was me? There is big horned lady. Oopsies, what I move around? That's not where that goes. What's this? Some rocks. More rocks. Another rock. Yep. That's me. Gestures. I think these are a lot of gestures. The chemitress painting. I don't want to take that anymore. Done with that. Boulders, more rocks. This one? Ass rock. Wait up. What? Is this the one you're talking about? There's still a lot I need to work on. My texture scraping brushes still are not great. I don't understand how to pull them together. Working illustration. What is this supposed to be? Oh yeah, this one. There's this one. Never finished this one either. Because when you said lighthouse, I thought maybe it's this character. For some reason. Here's the animations. These are fun. We've only finished one of them. I really want to get to this one for the 1,000 bits. That'd be fun. I just really like the storyboard for it. It came out really nicely. I'm happy with that. It's really cute. Me when I see titty. What else we have here? There's the mecha cat all by himself. That was a weird one. More figures. Fun figures here. In the name of the moon ass figure drawing right there. I don't even know what the 10. You're trolling me. You're trolling the shit out of me because I don't know what the fuck the 10,000 bit one's gonna be. Maybe we'll just make like it's the one that gets sprung banned off of Twitter reaction, and it plays. It's just straight up porn. First person to donate 10,000 bits just fucking removes me from the Twitch algorithm. More figures. These figures are fun. Kazran. Robot mouse. Tits and stuff. Ah, this one's fun. Golden Week did not play out for me. No one paid attention. I didn't finish this one either. I'm not really vibing with it, I'll be honest. This one's not too bad. The face is a little fucked up though. I don't like how thin the neck is. The jaw is too small. Also, metal stuff. Some figures. I think that goes with this. Yeah. There's the gorilla. I don't think I ever posted the gorilla anywhere. Then we're getting to the owls and stuff. I think everyone's seen these things. Where's the robo dog? Robo dog's somewhere around here. You know what? I think the robo dog is its own thing. What else do I have down here at the bottom? There's this painting I did really early on. Blap, blap, blap. That's what I've been using for a profile picture in a server. I want to change that one though. Do something else. You can tell that these figures are from a line of action. Some hand figures from line of action, practicing some eyes. Animal studies. I think these are studies of... I don't even remember doing these. I have no idea what these are for. Then we're just back at it again with the rocks and everything. I'm too scared to ask about the Satanism happening in your layers. What do you mean the Satanism happening in my layers? What's wrong with the Satanism? What's wrong with my layers? What's the matter? You don't like the way I'm doing my layers? You have all those drawings in one file? I do, yeah. That's probably why it lags a little bit when I'm doing the crops. I think it's about time to start a new one. Probably. This is what I'll do. I'll just like name it a sketchbook, and then all the stuff that I don't know if they're gonna go into their own, or if I'm gonna finish it or whatever, I'll just leave in here. The stuff that I know I need to finish, like this one for example, it goes to its own file, right? Same thing with the, I guess Swarm doesn't have its own file. Who was the other one? The Mecha Dog had its own file. The Twitch Emotes has its own file. I need to get around to finishing that one. New one? Yeah, new one. It'll be, see, this one is called Twitch Sketchbook 01. This, oh, you guys can't see that because it's in the way. See, at the top here, it says Twitch Sketchbook 01, right? That means that I will make Twitch Sketchbook 02. And then I don't know, maybe I'll put this entire CSP file on my Patreon. So that can be kind of like the sketchbook thing I was talking about, right? So you get the whole file, all the stuff and everything. Acknowledge the ass rock? What? What? There is no ass rock. What? There's no ass rock. Hold on. We're going back down into the depths. Find this said ass rock. Where's the ass rock? Why is there a section taken out of this? What the hell? Oh, some of the files are corrupting, right? I forgot. Some of the files are corrupting because this is such an old thing that I'm doing. This one's great because Where was I? On here. Oh, you're talking about Ass Rock. Thought it was a bouteille. Well, no. Nope, it's just a regular old rock. Technically, it's 2 rocks. But it's supposed to be like a study of some gravel, some marble, or whatever. Not gravel, I guess. Marble, right? The texturing is a bit wonk, but it is what it is. I wish it was a little bit better. It doesn't really give off rock that well. Neither do these. I wish this one was a little bit better at doing rock. But it's like, it's got some weird stuff going on. This one's a little bit better, but it's still kind of bleh. These? No, not these. I think it was the earlier ones. These are my favorite ones. The favorite rock studies I did. Really, really cool. I tried getting lips done. It was hell? What do you mean? I get that softness in cross-hatching. Softness in crotch-hatching? So it depends. So you wouldn't really be able to get this softness in cross-hatching because this is more of like a charcoal technique. See, these edges are blurred out. So that one's kind of like that. Same thing. All of these have like a blended layer sort of a deal. You can, so if you're using digital, you can't, right? You just have to be using a soft brush. That's just the way to do it. If you're on graphite, I recommend just like drawing really lightly. And then kind of like using the edge of the pencil as a blending stick instead of, what's it called? Trying to get actual lines out of it. So what you do is you use your pencil until you get like a sharp side and then a smooth side, and then you use the smooth side as like a blending stump because it gives you that like area for softness that you can kind of blend values together. If you're dead set, like, and I mean dead set on just doing cross-hatching, you can do stuff like this artist. Lock your not safe for work Discord channel to a role? Role? Why? There shouldn't be any minors in the Discord server. If there's any minors in the Discord server, I need to get rid of them. No, but it says no minors, so they shouldn't be there. And if they are there, and I find out about them, I kick them the hell out. Did you find one on the fish stream? That was on the YouTube stream because the YouTube wasn't set to 18 plus for some reason. And they were also then removed, I think, or they left, I think, if I remember correctly. They're the ones that did the Gojo, and they left right after. I was like, you shouldn't be on here if you are under 18. They did not join the server as far as I'm aware, though. Exactly. It's a fantastic theme. That just theme really good. But yeah. Ultimately, I think kids are smarter than people give them credit for. The only thing I'm gonna do is say that they shouldn't be there. And if I find out that they are, they're out. Right? Minors shouldn't have phones. It depends. I think that's not really the problem. I think the problem is that people don't monitor their kids as much, right? Like my friend was telling me about how his brother just lets the kids watch the My Little Pony movie where one of the ponies becomes a fascist. Supposedly. So, you know, they don't discuss with them afterwards about it. Because it doesn't matter, even if it's a kid's show. And like, oh, the message is fine, it says fascism is bad. Sure, but the worst thing you can ever do is let a child come to their own conclusions. Right? You need to be like explaining with children and like talking through things with them and having them understand. That's insane. So I'm part of a generation that grew up from like, by the way, the age of 10, watching porn and stuff, right? I watched porn and did all that stuff. And I didn't get involved with fucking anybody because, you know, talking to strangers is bad. So my opinions on it are, if I don't know you exist, then it's fine. I mean, it's not fine. You shouldn't be there if you're under the age of 18. Obviously, you're a dumb fucking kid. You shouldn't be there. But I'm sure as hell not going to be held liable. So if I find out that you're a minor, get the hell off. I'm kicking you out. But I don't think it's the porn itself that causes people to do terrible things, right? I think it's the fact that people don't get things explained to them and then they grow up that like fake stuff is real. I think that's where a lot of like sexual violence and shit comes from. So no one explained it's like, hey, you can't just hit people in sex. Yeah, they have to be okay with it. There needs to be a discussion. There needs to be all that kind of stuff. All this is just a video. Or this is just a whatever. Roblox drawing and they be trauma dumping in chat about how their girlfriend's suiciding. Be like, how you go through that? What the hell is suiciding? I don't know what that is. Jesus Christ. That's also not good because, not because that they're talking about it. I think they should talk about it, but I really wish that they had a safer place to talk about that, right? I wish that they felt better about talking it with a therapist or their family or like, you know, people in their immediate community. But the problem is, in a lot of society today, especially Western cultures, it's hard to find a space to talk about that because adults are busy. And I mean, I don't agree people should watch porn that early, but damn, are some governments stuck up their asses with a lot of violent stuff is like 12 plus, while boob flash is 18 plus. One is like, I'm on my 3rd attempt. The other one is worse. It's like kids are so traumatized. It is, because there's nothing people can communicate with. And I think the problem is the increased vigilance on children, right? Kids are growing up now in a state where they're hyper monitored, right? I personally, my opinion on dealing with children, right? If I ever have kids on my own, is while we are together, we will discuss things. We will be open with things. I will make sure that it is always acceptable for them to speak up. And I will try to make an environment where they never feel like they can say the wrong thing, right? Because you should never feel pressured to ask a question, to bring something up that happened, all that stuff, right? And sometimes the worse than like your child getting hurt is your child feeling that you betrayed them, because then they'll never trust you again. right? So I want to give them a lot of autonomy because I want them to be able to feel open about coming to me. It's like, oh, we saw boobs on Timmy's smartphone class. I'm like, that's crazy. What did you guys watch on that? Because we might need to have a discussion about what it meant. You're not in trouble or anything. Just like, what did you guys see? Because a lot of porn is not something that you should, like, you're really aware of at the moment. Like, kids need to be able to, you know, masturbate, right? In the privacy of their own whatever, right? That's part of growing up, is experiencing your own body. I don't want to fucking know about it, right? But fucking just keep it to yourself, right? I don't want it. Don't tell me. God, if my kid ever like walks up to me and is like, I'm fucking masturbating, I'm like, that's cool. Why did you tell me? No parents. I saw 50 Shades of Grey at 10. 50 Shades of Grey is so ass, but kids don't know any better. So a lot of them will think it's really cool. Same thing with Twilight. There's just a lot of fucked up shit that happens in the movies and in the books that the kids who watch it have no context for it, and parents don't pay enough attention to regulate or talk about it. You don't understand? 50 Shades of Grey is ass. What do you mean? It's not good. Not one Hollywood, one the homemade one. Oh, I mean, that's still, right? Yeah, and then at the end of the day, if the kid doesn't feel like, if they feel they're going to be punished by bringing it up, they're not going to bring it up. And that sucks for you, right? I do my best to always be like, hey, all this stuff, no minors. If you're a minor, you shouldn't be here. This server, right? This tab right here, this should not be where you're posting stuff. Like, if this is not safe work, this is porn. Don't go in here, right? Every step I do, I'm trying to make it as clear as possible to everyone who comes in that this is where everything is. Because that experience that you had where somebody else showed you something that you didn't have any idea what it was, that sucks. That can lead to a lot of trauma, right? I watched as a kid was Chucky the Murder Doll, and damn was I afraid of dolls for a long ass time. Even today, I still feel comfy around dolls, right? I watched, I was such a scared kid. I'm still a fucking crybaby, right? I'll watch movies and I'm scared shitless. Fuck loud noises. Fuck something jumped out. Fuck this. Fuck that, right? And we watched like one episode of Twilight Zone when I was a kid. Because I couldn't watch any of the scary ones, so my dad would pick out the ones he thought wasn't scary. And we watched the one where it's like, How to Serve Man? Where they solve humanity's problems and then they're like using them as cattle, but no one realizes this, right? Exactly. If listen, I'm not going to like sit here and talk about how kids are dumb, because kids are dumb, and it's not because they're stupid. It's because they just don't know anything about the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try to police fucking everything, right? You are your own level of smart, whatever you are, right? If you know when you shouldn't be doing something, right? I'm going to make it abundantly clear what everything is, where everything is. It is your responsibility as a human fucking person to regulate yourself. Because that's part of what's going to make you a person in life, is whether or not you can regulate yourself, right? If someone tells you, hey, don't go in there, there's something scary, and you're like, fuck the fuck do you know? And you go in, that's your own damn fault, right? You're scared shitless and it traumatizes you. Tough shit, you shouldn't have done it. Maybe next time you'll listen to somebody. If someone is like, hey, come check out this thing, and they open the door and a monster jumps out at you and tries to eat you, yeah, that's pretty fucked. You're gonna have PTSD and it's not your fault. That's unfortunate. But the scary movies, Jigsaw and the Piranha Anaconda, I remember the Piranha movie. I can't fucking deal with the fucking horror movies like that. They just get me, you know? They spook me in a way that they really shouldn't. I should be drawing instead of ranting about this. But yeah, it just, as someone who grew up smarter than their parents, it's kind of like off-putting, I guess, that there's a lot of like people talking about how we should protect the children and stuff. It's like, if you just make the home a safer place for children to be, you really don't have these problems. The human mind is incredibly plastic. As long as you don't like abuse the shit out of it, it will adapt to a lot of things, right? I watched porn very young. I didn't really know what it is. It didn't really matter. It felt good when I touched myself, right? That's all I really knew until, and I didn't say shit about it to anybody. I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't do anything about it with anybody at all, right? Until, you know, I was old enough to form an opinion on it, right? And it's not because I was like some genius kid or whatever. It's just like, you know, I probably shouldn't be watching this, but I really want to. So I'm just not going to say anything about it. And eventually I kind of came to my own conclusions. At like young age. I think kids are smarter than people give them credit. Kids are more resilient than people give them credit for. I'm not saying go out there and show kids porn. Don't fucking do that. That's quite literally the opposite. But I think this whole like push to try to make the internet safer for children is making the world unsafe for children. Because now there is constant vigilance, and these kids that are growing up in this like state where they're constantly monitored, and it's also not okay to have negative feelings, are trauma dumping in the only spaces where they feel they aren't monitored. Fucking Roblox servers with strangers that are probably going to take advantage of them. Kids who are attempting to unalive themselves, right? Why? Because they don't have an outlet for anything. They're watched constantly, all the time. It sounds like some sort of dystopian bullshit, because it is. So anyway. No minors on my server. That should be the takeaway from that. Don't, you're underage, don't give me the headache. I don't want it. Oh man. So what? What do you mean? Unless you get paid for every fucking ad I enjoy. I do get paid for every ad. I just get paid pennies on the dollar. But it's up to you. I think there is a Twitch ad blocker. I don't care if you use it. Personally, it's whatever. I have the ads up mostly because Twitch kind of fucks you in the algorithm sense, unless you are not using it, right? So if for example, if you have ads lower than was it 33 ads an hour or whatever, or 3 sets of ads in an hour, they just show you less on the final page. So I don't know, in school I thought for a long time sex looked like 2 girls, 1 gal. Jesus Christ. Someone showed it as a video recorder in school. Damn, even dumped my first girlfriend because I didn't want to do that stuff. See, that sucks. That's fucked up. Did you talk to anyone about it? It's like 3 1-minute ads, I think. I think I've seen everything. I'm trying to see everything. I just kind of want to... I'm like the epitome of the curious cat who's going to get himself killed. Straight up. my ass will just be like, I don't know about the ads thing. The ratio is kind of whatever, I guess. Hey, how's it going, Brooke? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You just missed a fantastic discussion we had on whether or not children are autonomous enough to have thoughts of their own. I mean, I realize it isn't like that. It was more like a joke story, but damn, before it was telling, I believe you, right? I believe you because it's really hard to understand things as a child, right? Not because you're like stupid. It's because you're dumb because you don't know about the world. You literally do not have the knowledge to come to inferences. And it's hard. So that's why it's important for kids to be able to talk about these things. But instead of making it okay to talk about these things, society has just doubled down on like making sure it's more difficult to get to these things, which doesn't stop these things from happening. It just amplifies the stuff. Yeah, thanks, Brooke. I don't know if you know what you're talking about, but yes. Supporting streamer, I think it's worthwhile. That's fair. I think ultimately, the better support would be, personally, like if it gets rid of ads and adds to the pain and that does it, that's fantastic. I'm not going to complain about anything. One way or the other thing. Spring and sprung, it's fine. Real life thing is far from what you see online, obviously. Yeah. Save that for a later night chat. It's true. It's just one of those things. It's like the same thing with movies, right? People didn't know what's a good movie? Maybe Rocky, right? People watched Rocky and were like, man, that's what it's like to do boxing. And then you get a whole million people show up in the ring and it's like, this isn't fucking like the movie at all. And it's like, yeah, it's not like the movie at all. The same thing every time a horror movie shows someone with split personality as some sort of horror movie monster, it's like, holy shit, this is gonna set back the medical field for this disorder so much. But it's the same thing. People gotta be okay with talking about these things in the open, right? Because there's things that are like, murder is bad. If you killed somebody, please don't. Maybe turn yourself in. I don't know what I'm saying to that one, but like, part of being human, and I feel like sex and sexuality is a big part of being human, right? Same thing with like being sleepy or being hungry. We saw how awful it was for people with body image dysmorphia to go through like the early 2000s, where there was a huge epidemic of anorexia in the United States, because suddenly eating, the thing needed to turn you, into a living in person, became the thing that you had that was this evil. And it had such terrible, terrible fucking things. It really is hard to be a person, right? And it doesn't help that we start making things harder. Might have cooked people's reasoning capacity for actual fighting. It was so annoyed at the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson conspiracy from general audiences. Yeah, it's like, listen, a lot of fighting is like literally instinct, right? You've built up this automatic response, right? And it takes years and years and years. You can't just like do a training montage and get good. Even in the movie, Rocky himself was really good at fucking already fighting. I've been a boxer for years, but people only see like the 10-minute montage and they're like, I can do that. It's like, no, you fucking can't. A lot of stuff I thought as a kid, because I didn't know much better and didn't have much different information, especially before I started watching. I started with sports, 11, 12 years old, loner and stuff, like smartphones weren't that common. Yeah, right? I don't know anything about like your home life role. I don't know how bad it would have been if you had brought up the topic of pornography to your parents or like in your family, or like kids were talking about two girls, one cup, right? If that is one of those thoughts never crossed your mind, it's like, I can't bring that up, then you kind of understand this part of like, you gotta, we as a society need to be more open to like hearing shit we might not be comfortable with so that we can explain it to other people. Me personally. Forget how aging works. They just think they're the same person in your 20s when you're almost 60. I didn't grow up on Rocky. I was in Europe watching Yuri Boyko. I don't know what Yuri Boyko is. Is that... sounds interesting. Let's find out. Oh! That doesn't help. He's just a guy. Find a pic from Undisputed Movies? I saw the like Ukraine thing or whatever. Why is this here? Okay. Movies are the best? Yeah, I'll take your word for it. You seem to like them well enough. The movies. Let me see. Let me open up Google again. You mean Yuri Boyka? I feel like this is also a ridiculous exaggeration of how fights work. It's like watching Jackie Chan and thinking you can do a table flip and grab a chair and smash somebody with it. You're gonna hurt yourself. Oops, that was OBS. I didn't want to close that. Thank you for the steak fund. We watched IRL boxing and stuff instead of cartoons, and really big on football, whatever Americans called soccer. Sure. But even that is kind of like not realistic, right? If you get in a fight with somebody, you're not Yuri Boyka, right? That's not how people actually fight. That's how trained professionals fight. I was quite the happy kid. Not much would have happened if I brought stuff up like that. Besides, perhaps you shouldn't watch stuff like that. But never was a big talker back then. Yeah, you know. And eventually your ideas mellowed out, right? They came around. Boxing? What? Yeah. I feel like football, soccer, whatever you want to call it, that's not realistic to how most people play like American football, for example. American football is mostly played by kids in recess at school, and it's just kind of like throw the ball and hit somebody with a tackle. Or touch soccer, or touch football, stuff like that. Same thing with, geez, what is it? Okay, kids, have you ever seen somebody fight? Like somebody in your school or whatever fights? Because kids got in fights in my school all the time. Slavic version, but for real, if you try fighting, you're cooked. That adrenaline will mess you up. Exactly. Kids fighting in school do not look anything like professional boxing rings. If you go into a fight with a kid thinking it's going to be like that, you're going to get body slams because they're just going to fucking run at you. They're not actually going to think about spacing, about jab length, any of that stuff. You're not even going to be thinking about that. You're going to be too hyped, full of adrenaline to be doing that. You're just going to start smacking and seeing like a red mist. Of course they're like bums. That's how most people fight. Unless you are a trained professional, it's very hard to control the adrenaline. I was a bad boy when I was a kid. I smacked the shit out of an adult with a chair who kicked me. You know what? Fucking deserved. That guy should not have hit you, kicked you. Fuck that guy. I don't know anything about him, but you shouldn't hit a kid. I feel like that's not something that should be... I feel like this one's too far out, not the other one. Trying to avoid T-lines, but that's not something... I'm trying to avoid tangents, not T-lines. It's always confusing because sometimes they share the same first letter. I'm trying to avoid tangents as much as I can, which might just not be possible here. Martial artists is just fighting at the highest level. Sort of, right? It's the same thing. If people are watching porn and saying that's not how people get off, that is just BDSM at the highest level, right? To some degree, I think that people do have sex, like in porn, right? But that is like unrealistic for 99% of people. Productive stream, nah, just community education events and stuff. What? You guys are so mean to me all the time. I'm doing tons of work on the hand, for sure. That's not... How does that relate to... What? Opposite over. Adjacent. Tangent, opposite over, adjacent? Sort of. It depends on if you mean mathematics as like original math, or if you're talking about calculus or algebra. But yeah, when I mean like, oh, porn isn't realistic, it's not that people aren't having sex like that, because people are having sex like that when they're making porn, right? It's just unrealistic to say, oh, people play soccer like this. No, people will just meet up with their local thing and they'll go a couple rounds, and whoever gets the most goals in an hour kind of is like, that's the who wins, quote unquote. But it's not like no one's doing the same training. There's no big plays. You see this in League of Legends also, right? I know martial arts and all that stuff, right? But it's also, if you have someone who's doing judo versus someone who's doing taekwondo, I don't know who would win. Maybe the taekwondo guy is better at grappling, but the taekwondo person might just kick him in the face. You know? The only reason why MMA works is because even though it's quote-unquote mixed martial arts, there is still like a idealized version based on the rules of what you can do. Sure, but then you have somebody that does cravat and then they just beat the shit out of the person who does judo. You know, it depends. There is no such thing as like, this is what a fight looks like, right? Drugs, doing it for views, and it all cut together. There's no aftercare, no nothing. It depends heavily on the studio. Do I believe that there are some studios that are like that? Yes. There's also probably some studios that aren't like that. It depends. MMA, right. Mixed martial arts does not mean it's not a style. There's people just in there doing whatever. There's still areas you can't hit. There's still things that you can't do. those rules define what makes the fight, right? In a real fight, there are no rules. And people don't go in there battle hardened and trained, ready to do stuff. You might get shot in America before you get a chance to hit, right? Any sort of media, especially media on the highest level, is unrealistic to what it is, what the depiction is, right? And even if you want to say that all porn studios, after the camera's cut, it's just some business transaction where people are drugged up and trying to get the next hit of coke or whatever, that's not what people see most of the time. People see the video, right? The pornography video that comes out. And I know you're trying to say it's like, oh, but the people in the video weren't doing it like that either. It's like, somebody might. There's a lot of amateur porn artists that do it like that, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be the specific porn video itself, right? The premise might all be a lie, but a lot of the acting is so bad that you know from the beginning. I forgot where I was going with that. But basically just like every sort of like media that especially is produced for a large enough stage is an unrealistic depiction of that thing. Absolutely not. No one would have a chance against a professional. That's why Logan Paul has all his fights rigged. People just don't like admitting that he's good. When he was fighting, like, who's the guy before Mike Tyson? I forget the name of the was it a boxer that he was fighting? I think he's better than an average person. He definitely has the crew and the equipment to do it. Maybe Mike Perry, I don't remember. It was another, I can't remember. It was another like retired boxer, right? I mean, there is a reason why Logan Paul isn't in the rankings. He just does exhibition matches, as far as I'm aware. Unless something's changed and he is in the actual rankings. But I think there's a reason why he only does exhibition matches, right? And it's because he's huge, has a decent 1-2 and some thump on his hands. Let me find a list of the people. Logan Paul, previous fights. Floyd Mayweather, that's what I was talking about. Exactly. People say that he's good, right? But I think he's just someone that's been trained with a high-level coach, right? Because he has the money to do that. I don't know if he's really that good, quote unquote, right? I think it's a matter of like whatever, right? Rigged is one of those things where people like to take out of context. I'm not saying it's rigged that they're going to lose, right? I'm saying it's rigged in the sense that Mayweather was absolutely not giving it 100%, right? Mike Tyson was absolutely not giving it 100%. If either of those fighters had actually hit him with anything like real, motherfucker would have been in the hospital. You just to give your dog shit tons of treat instead of a straight goal. Did I break the system? You could. There's a limit to how many you can give in a day. There's a 10-minute day. believe that Mike Tyson can still fucking hit you hard. I don't think I could knock out Mike Tyson, right? If you think I could like knock out Mike Tyson now, I think you're the one that might be a teeny tiny bit delusional. Ah, it's the wrong button. No. Yeah, it's a little bit better. There's a reason why these fights are so hard to even sanction. No 60-year-old has a chance against someone in their 20s, especially someone with solid fundamentals. Sure. But also, if that's the case, why wasn't someone injured? Remember, these are exhibition matches, right? What purpose do they serve? Like, I think the biggest injury was that Logan Paul had a black eye in the Mayweather fight, maybe? You're telling me that Mike Tyson, at 60-year-olds, one of the biggest knockout heavyweight champions of the world, even in his 60s, right? Couldn't do, like, damage to Logan Paul? They're money fights. That's what I mean by rigged, is that no one there is actually trying to, like, fight. The fights are just entertainment. Exactly. They proved Netflix wasn't built for streaming. True, though. True, big true. Washed more than he was good. Mike Tyson is also one of those fighters that was pretty, I believe, straightforward in their approach, right? Was it him versus Muhammad Ali? I can't remember. It wasn't, I don't think it was him. Tyson versus... Was, right? Like, Ali won... Oh, no. No, it was. They did, right? No, they never actually fought each other. Never mind. Who am I thinking of? I'm not thinking of Tyson. Disagree that an untrained person could take on Mike at the moment. The other dude wasn't untrained, just not high level compared to other professionals. I think how person will probably die. Who am I thinking of? It was Muhammad Ali versus another heavy puncher. They were up against each other all the time. Is it George? It is Foreman. It is Foreman, right? Foreman. The Rumble in the Jungle. There we go. Can't remember who won, but I think Ali got a whole bunch of points, right? 3 rate boxes. I was thinking of George Foreman, by the way. Of 1± weight class could take on mine. Okay. 3rd rate boxer in a 4th rate gym. Beat laps around him. I don't know. That's still hard to say. I do believe that in terms of stamina, Logan Paul obviously was ahead of him because he's in his 20s. I also see the same thing with like Floyd Mayweather, right? The fact that Floyd Mayweather, quote unquote, lost by decision on a Logan Paul fight, that's bullshit, right? There's no shot. Like Floyd Mayweather was even closer in age than Mike Tyson, right? There's still muscle memory. Like most of reaction isn't even like reacting to things. It's just muscle memory. You know, after someone throws this punch, they're gonna throw the other one. You see the same thing with like people in fighting games, not to compare the two, but like a lot of what is in like a lot of professional fighting game players do is they look for reads, right? Patterns in opponents to be able to like call out certain things. So you can't react to certain things. It's just too fast, right? But because you can read somebody, you can respond to something. And that's something that builds up over like decades. I think that's something that Mike Tyson has in spades over Logan Paul. Has 20 years of pure brain damage. That's also fair. It could also be that, right? The other thing is like, Mayweather is the one that I'm more just like, no fucking shot. Because Mayweather's what? He's like 45, right? He's 20 years younger than Tyson when he was fighting Logan Paul. I think muscle memory sticks around a little bit longer. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't just like evaporate. I do want to know though. I think I want to pull this one a little bit farther back. Yeah. An important thing to note here as I'm changing the shape of the finger is that I'm thinking about how this intersects, because it's easier to show depth, right? Instead of with angle, more with the T-line that comes in place. So having lines intersect is going to show depth a lot easier with a lot more contrast than just like a shift in the angle. You can also put other things in perspective to make it look more at an angle. You're eating that many concussions, and we say that live. So my main problem is not like whatever, right? It's just that based on Logan Paul's track record with careers, it just feels like this is more of a spectacle than it is actual effort and training. Now, I do believe that Mike Tyson did get run around a little bit. I didn't watch the fight, but I can believe that Mike Tyson got run around, right? But people being like, oh, Logan Paul's not that good, I feel like he's just somebody who got some training. I can't say for sure that his heart's not in it. I haven't seen it. I don't really watch that. Bye, Fatty. Have a good night. My homunculus chat later. Homalicious chats. Homalicious. That's what it is. It's an actual fight. There's not value to get them. It's true. And then that's why the claim that like he's better than people say he is, it's like, I mean, yeah, but so is a trained dog, right? Listen, if you can train a dog to throw a fireball in Street Fighter 6, I think a dog could beat Logan Paul. Procrastinated on doing art. And you've distracted me from doing art too. How could you? Nah, I'm just kidding. Peak fan exposed. This is probably gonna be the best. I should do raids? What do you mean do raids? How does that work? I don't have any raid. Hi Lena, how's it going? How long have you been there? You keep saying I should join a Discord, but I never get a Discord invite. I'm feeling like the Discord's made up. The Epstein list, oh my god. After the stream, they're going to be receiving my unconscious body at 1 a.m. I don't have anyone to send you to. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know any other art channels or anything. Maybe I just send you to Drawfee. Who knows? Plus, also, I feel like it's kind of insulting to show up to a stream and like raiding with one viewer. So you get to know them? You send people you don't know. Like, you send to people you don't know how to get them. So, like, my problem is, like, send one... Also, one time, I raided a chat, because I, was just there. My phone number wasn't, like, confirmed, and because my phone number wasn't confirmed, I couldn't chat in the chatters thing. So I tried to, like, confirm that while I was doing it, and they called me. I was like, oh, fuck. I can't ever return to this chat ever again. What the hell? Came at the end. No, we're still going for, like, another 2 hours-ish. 3 hours? 2.5 hours? It was so fucking bad. I was like, shit. like, oh shit. But I am getting very distracted by chat, so your mileage may vary. I think Twitch chat is still on. I don't know if it's super visible. You could probably go for a little bit longer. To see the raid dash, right? I also don't get raided too often because I think this is when people are actually like online. So there's no raid happening, and by the time I'm getting off, I think a lot of people are like just starting or whatever. So this is time to do some raiding. We're doing. I just need to bring back the reference so people can see. We got an Artfight attack from the person who did this character. So we're drawing this character more or less in the same way that they drew our character. That means we're gonna do some what's it called? We're gonna do lines, we're gonna do a pattern background, we're gonna do colors, we're gonna do some light shading. My take on it is the weight class they fought Mike is just at a disadvantage. It's not impossible for him to win. If it would be on welterweights or below, I would say it would be almost impossible, even if he would be by far the better fighter. There happens the stuff so much faster and the damage you can do so much less. I think what Roll is talking about is that Mike had to cut to get into the same weight class to be with Logan Paul, and Logan Paul was on basically in his natural weight. And so what happened was that because Mike Tyson was cutting, he ends up being weaker, smaller, all that stuff. Like a well-trained biker like Mike would beat 67% of the time, while they were in a lower weight class, would be 95% for the trained dude. Would beat Mike 60-70% of the time in a lower weight class, 95% of the time for the trained dude. A dehydrated 60-year-old senior citizen fight a power puncher on live TV. Isn't that what happened? That's what the fans were excited for. I don't want to crush streams. I just think that Logan is a piece of shit. So is his brother. The same thing is with PewDiePie, by the way. I do not make these things impossible to see. Not that they should go down, it's more if they are the same person in different bodies. Okay? I unfortunately respect Jake Paul. I really don't. They kind of are just, to me, they just look like scandal chasers, him and his brother. That might just be a younger generation thing, though. I'm not sure. I don't know if they've changed also, by the way, since the time I've heard about them, but I don't have a ton of patience for people, right? So when someone proves that they're not really respectable, it takes a lot of effort from them specifically towards me for me to reverse that decision. Because I just ignore people once I deem them not really, you know. Same thing with PewDiePie. A lot of people are like, oh, but PewDiePie is so different now. And it's like, I don't really care. Dude, who gives a fuck? I'm sure he doesn't. He's rich. Why does he care that he went through a scandal and then got better or whatever? He's rich. Fuck him. I don't even know what he is doing besides that he is a YouTuber? Probably. $500,000 to a guy he fought in the past after the guy's medical insurance refused to pay for his double lung surgery. That's... So this kind of goes back to the Mr. Beast thing, right? Period? What's the period for? So would Logan Paul still have paid those $500,000 if no one knew about it? And this isn't like an attack on them, right? It does sound like an attack on them. Could have easily lost his life? Sure. As long as the camera, it has zero value for me, even though it is a good deed. Pretty much. It's kind of the Mr. Beast argument, right? It's like, yes, Mr. Beast did spend like $2.5 million restoring blindness to people, or like alleviating treatable blindness. But would he have still done that if he didn't get clicks? He himself has even said his entire business model revolves around the fact that he kept getting money for giving money away. And like, obviously, Mr. Beast is one of the biggest YouTubers of all time, right? He's done a lot of shit, right? Not like bad shit. I mean, like, he's done a lot of stuff. And it's not that the act itself is bad, right? And it's not even that the motives behind it are like unjust, right? It's that I don't really think that him paying $500,000 for a guy's life insurance to save his life really tells me anything about Logan Paul as a person, because I know about it because he did it publicly. Yeah, everyone, you know, picks and chooses or whatever, right? I don't think Mr. Beast is really someone to be hated on. Just like I think Logan Paul is just like a douchey streamer, right? Or YouTuber. It doesn't mean I want to interact with him, right? But it's also why I don't really respect Mr. Beast or PewDiePie or fucking, what's his name? Logan Paul or Jake Paul, right? Because they seem like a lot of their, it seems like a lot of what they do is performative on purpose, right? Even if they had good intentions when they started the channel, the money definitely changed them. Mr. Beast, yeah, that's fair. Will you have a sane mental state on the internet? You have to be a hypocrite to survive the internet. No, you can't let the fucking, what's it called? What's it called when you like ignore the things that counter what you believe? Fuck me. It's not hypocrisy. It's like not delusion either. It's like you see this a lot in religion. Shoot, what is it? Cognitive dissonance. Yeah, that. You can't give into the cognitive dissonance. You have to just like you have to work through it. You have to like analyze and sit down. It takes a lot of time and it might drive you insane, but you can't give into it. That's why I kind of like people more on the end of like RT Games, Markiplier. Not that I'm like saying that they're the best person in the world or whatever, but like Markiplier and these people do things without any monetary like they're not giving away money and they're not doing anything other than like standing up for things that they believe in, right? For example, RT Games, right? Piss and vinegar is what they're made out of sometimes. When YouTube demonetized their content for having swear words in it, he is now censoring every swear word with the word YouTube so that YouTube is associated with swearing. You can't give into the cognitive dissonance. That's the kind of stuff like RT Games, when he's doing things that are not like intimately related to making them look better or something. They look like an actual like reaction of a person. That's the kind of stuff that makes me more open to them, right? Random streamer runs ads? You bad. She'll spell your ad. You can't do that. if you need to run ad block or you want to run ad block, you should run ad block on my channel. 100%. Nothing wrong with wanting money, but still would, as long as camera from them is there, it has zero moral value as long as no positive reads. Exactly, right? If I do good deeds, I want it to be like that one guy that got called out at the Nobel Prize Awards or whatever, right? Who helped millions and millions of Jews cross the border and didn't tell a fucking soul about it. No one ever knew until like the people that he helped came together and wanted to represent them. You reject the message. That's how I want to go, right? I want people to think I'm a piece of shit, whatever, right? My entire life. And then like I die and people are like, oh, there was a lot of good that they were doing that no one ever knew about. If you know that I'm doing good, I'm fucking shilling. I'm always a villain. Remember this. Remember that I will forever be evil. There is no good in this world. Or whatever. In other news, I think some of my plants are starting to get some wilting diseases. It's unfortunate, but I think it's an effect of the glasswings whatevers. I still think it's a bit different than no one knew and on purpose letting people know. Yeah, exactly, right? It's not like I'm specifically obscuring things, right? But if people find out, people find out. It's not, if my name can influence people to do good, sure, I'll do that. But if me just giving 100 people like $100 so that they can eat another day or whatever, I'm not gonna tell anybody about that. That's something that someone else is gonna have to tell you about. Sprung does good. You can't. That's not how it works. I am villain. Different than no one knew and on purpose letting them know. There's definitely that kind of like, I will always staunchly believe that people can do better while just letting people take shots at me. Now, Big Sprung probably won't do that. Big Sprung just curses a lot and insults people. So we might be a while till we do a Big Sprung stream. By the way, right there, I used the transform tool to rotate, and I did it because I wanted the angle to be slightly different. That does mean I'm going to have to go back in, and I'm going to... No, we do not need to see Sprungy play a horror game. That's what we don't need to do. That's something that should not happen, and I will put it at 2 million points above the Maho State goal before we do that. I'm not gonna lose. You're gonna watch me piss myself on screen, like live on stream. Like, I can't do that. Evil. Evil people. I don't know. I'm obviously a slut, so I'll do anything for money. So we'll see. Sprung is like Genghis Khan, and he wants to conquer the world with not safe for work or evil person. I mean, at the end of the day, who can really reject the warm embrace of boobs, right? They do not judge. They do not harbor ill will. They are just warm and soft and welcoming. We should all be as lucky to have boobs pushed up against us in our life. Now, I don't have to change the perspective anymore. That's a tricky one. Oh, that does remind me. I should do... Someone had to say it, boobs are so overrated. They're just so soft and squishy. You know? You can do the same thing with like ass. Squish, 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 squish. I think it's like a personal preference, right? I feel like there's actually only 2 genders, right? And it's people who like hard and people who like soft, right? And you are divided into those genders by that. Now, sometimes there are people who like softs and they fall in love with someone else who likes soft, right? But many times you find hard like soft and soft likes hard. But you also find people who are hard that like hard. I don't know if that means anything to anyone, but give me neck. You are bite. I want bite. I want sweet corn dog delight. Even so. You want cattail. It makes it look segmented. I don't like that. I kind of don't get the point. Give me that. Why the hell are all of you guys watching a porn artist draw porn? Not porn. Y'all are here just not even getting in the spirit of being horny for me, right? For me. Specifically for me. What the hell? Art streamer. Not safe for work. Art streamer attracts only people who are asexuals. What the fuck, man? Before I joined the Discord, I didn't know you were a porn artist. That's wild. No one reads the description. Man, no one reads the description. Insane takes from people in the hobby. I'm doing something I don't like with that. What don't I like? I don't like this. It's just too thick. Why even bother writing a description? You know? Fucking crashing out. Getting an unannounced major expansion pack to the game you bought. No, absolutely not. It's like you bought the game without reading the description. And the description on the back said tits. Said lots of tits and dicks. How dare. I don't mind that much. I'm usually having a problem if it's just porn or a big majority porn. That depends, right? I mostly just like talking to people. I like doing porn, but it's one of those things that's hard to, you know, stream because then you get a lot of people who don't like to look at it, right? Because you don't get that with a lot of other stuff, right? If you have somebody that draws a lot of horror or a lot of gore, usually when people are like, oh, I don't like watching that stuff, they're like, then just go find another fucking artist. Get out of here, you prude. If you stumble across like someone doing porn on Twitch, it's like, that's illegal. It's like, mean shit. It's like, you're right. Damn, but it is what it is. Nate, not safe for work artists that just spam IRL porn. Yeah, be a shame. Shame if they did that. I'm definitely doing this to get simp, guys. Simps, by the way, you guys. Pet peeve is like something that mildly annoys you. I follow this one yaoi artist and bro has a 20:1 porn reels versus art ratio. I just feel like it deserves its own channel, right? Or its own account, right? Like, I'm not here to separate different art categories. Like, I'm not gonna draw not safe for work art on not safe for work an account and like safe work art on a safe work account. Like I'm not gonna split up art because then I have nothing to post ever any time at all. But also if I'm gonna do porn and stuff, it's gonna go like IRL stuff. It's gonna go on its own account. Same thing with Reddit. That's why Reddit is mostly just audio porn. Because at the end of the day, people do just kind of search for that kind of stuff. Right now, you guys are like, yeah, we're in it. But there's like 1,000 followers on my Reddit account that are like, man, this motherfucker never posts porn anymore. Y'all are not my first children, alas. When I open your account, I want to see, at least see the majority of it. I just don't like the repeat posting as much. I don't mind, as long as everything I'm seeing is something new that I haven't seen before, I don't care too much. The problem I have is when people just like post a lot of the same shit over and over and over again. And it's like, I don't even care if you post it again after like 2 months. What's annoying is when I scroll down and I just see 700 of the same fucking posts on Reddit. I know! I need to do more audio porn for them. They deserve so much more. You know, I think I could technically record porn on Twitch. Do they have anything against like audio? I think they don't, right? Maybe they do. They probably do, right? I did. I'm a terrible father. Alright, this middle finger is way too fucking long. That's what I'm seeing. This is incorrect. This is also way too fucking long. Now I need to go back in and fix all of this stuff. Just make it very open in interpretation. It could be a funny story, or you could think a bit different. Hardcore orgy. One or the other, right? What are you doing in here? Nothing illegal, officer. What are you doing in here? The fuck are you, a cop? What fandoms are you in? So I'm probably the worst person to ask about fandoms, because I don't fucking watch anything, I don't fucking do anything, I just draw. Like I watch a little bit of League of Legends, but it's mostly because I like the mechanics of it, and I want to get better at the mechanics. Same thing with Street Fighter. Like the lore is really fun, but I'm not gonna say I'm a fandom sort of a thing. It's just not something that interests me as much as drawing. Make it very I'm sorry, Lana. I wish I was cooler. I'm just not as cool. What fandoms are you in? Why don't you tell me about the fandoms that you like? Fandom is if you play a game. Fandom is kind of like if you are like you're super invested in a creative work of art and you're like a part of the community, you're like actively sharing about it, you're talking about it, discussing it with other people online. Yeah. So like if you're part of the League of Legends fandom, you're like someone who's showing up to the subreddit every day and having a discussion about it, or like putting a post on a forum about how much you love this character from League of Legends, sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. At least that's my interpretation of what fandoms are, is someone that is like actively showing support and pride. So you could say maybe Kit is in the Sprung fandom. Maybe. I don't know if that's an accurate assessment. We're in the Sprung fandom. Let's go. Black D is here. You missed everything. You spent so much. You missed so much, Black Tea. It's ridiculous how much you missed. Vadi was talking about you should add a not safe for work role for like over 18, to which I said no, because under 18 are not allowed on the server to begin with. To which they responded, you don't think they're smarter than that? I said, I know exactly how smart they are, but I'm not held liable or responsible for that, and people need more spaces to be open and communicative about things. If I find out you're under the age of 18 in my server, kick you the fuck out. You shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be watching stuff. I'm obviously not, like, I put it everywhere that you should not be seeing me if you're under 18. At least I try. People still ignore shit, but you know. And then that became a whole discussion on like how children should be in a world where it's safer to talk about things instead of in a world that constricts and makes them feel like they can't talk about anything ever. Which is the world that we're going towards, because now that we're putting so many like roadblocks on like being over 18 to do stuff, as well as like constricting so many things to talk about and making like a lot of natural things in life really like kind of a minefield to be able to talk about with parents or teachers or whatever. Kids are not doing great stuff. Autonomy, more lovely camera. We also talked about Arcane's a good fandom. Sorry, I'm distracted by lineup. I like Bungo Stray Dogs. Is that the? No, I'm thinking of the Island of Dogs. Arcane is pretty fun. I like the Arcane stuff. Powder was a wonderful character. They did such a good job with Arcane Season 2. I hope they go to other places in Arcane though. I hope they don't just stay with like Powder and Vi and Caitlyn. Shoot, who's the character? Like, I want them to go to like Ionia, and like they do stuff in Shurima, and I hope they bring up a bunch of characters. But it's good. Those topics, because we see what not to talk about, and those topics will lead to Quark as well. We also talked about how for the amount of ad revenue that I have made in the last 20 days, I can buy myself some Quark, but I can't buy myself a McDonald's soda. After all of the discussion on like autonomy and how I would raise my own child, it kind of devolved into like fighting stuff for a lot of time, because we were talking about like what is a realistic depiction of something, and I'm like, there is no entertainment media that has realistic depictions of anything. Even fighting, if you have like two kids in school that are gonna fight each other, they do not fight like people in MMAs, right? They just fucking run at each other and like throw punches and shit. Welcome to the Black Tea Challenge. I'm not a billionaire, I'm so poor. And so that kind of was like, there is no entertainment that shows an accurate depiction of what real life is, because real life is messy and it takes experience to understand and interpret things from media, which is why having conversations with your children after watching anything is very important, because you literally have a topic brought up and you talk about the world. Hey, Mudang, welcome, Diavola. Except MMA. Even MMA has a lot of rules and stuff that you can't do. I know, we're drawing goth, gay men? I think so, yeah. Sorry, Diavola. Gotta fix the perspective on this. You can't keep getting away with this. I can and I will. I drew Mideng so I could bait people, and I'm going to continue to draw Mudeng later, maybe sometime. She is such a pudgy little baby. We are doing drawings, though, and hopefully fixing drawings. Oh, this hurts because I got the fingernail the way I liked it. Man. Hey, how's it going, Culfer? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I am, thank you. Hmm? Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ugh, quiet times though. I guess it's just music time. Oh, I have an alert on Discord. My friend's messaging about butt cheeks. Okay. Goodness gracious. I gotta fix this fucking finger also. I'm so mad. I'm so upset. Except I even want to cancel more than before. I'm just a big giant crybaby. I want to try. If you want to cancel, then just cancel. It's just 2 days anyway, right? You're not even driving. Roll has to drive for 8 hours. They're going diving, I think. At like a tower or something. Colin's sick. You guys are so antisocial. Yeah, a bunch of his coworkers are going out to get a thing because the tower for diving needs to be reserved, and so one of the friends of a coworker that works there or something has it. It's with the way back, 16 hours. Well, yeah, it's 8 hours there and then 8 hours back. So you got food poisoning. You guys are so antisocial. It's just your brain trying to not do the thing that it doesn't want to do. Once you get there, you might find that you have a lot of fun. That's how I am. Especially when I make plans with someone I've never met, and I'm like, I don't want to do the thing anymore. And I'm like, you know, just give it like 15 minutes and then do the thing, and then if you didn't like it, don't do it again. But it's fine. Just try. I think I'm making this too long. this any better? It's hard to say. Yeah, this is way too long. It is a cool event. Just like take a whole bunch of NyQuil and knock yourself unconscious. The joy of diving bigger than the disgust for driving. You shouldn't cancel plans, Lacti. People want your presence. That's why they invited you. I think it's very important to show up when people ask you to, because it shows them that they matter a lot to you and you're willing to respect doing it. And even if you tell them afterwards, man, I did not really have a great time, it's not something that I really want to do again, at least they'll appreciate the fact that you came out and did it for them. An 8-hour drive. Sure, but it's more of the pride that the people would think I'm afraid of the dive. That's insane that you're going now out of spite that people will think you're scared. That's insane. Outweighs the discomfort, then roll should go. Ooh, my head. Wow. What the hell? You should go. Do we have a Pierce fight? Because I know that will haunt me for years. Wow, that's insane. Will haunt you for years? Really? Maybe I just have a much lower bar for things that will haunt me for years. What do I like drawing the most? Honestly, just like boxes in perspective, right? I like building the geometry. It's like a weird question, because it's not that I like drawing anything in particular. I really just kind of like the act of drawing, right? I like getting better at the draftsmanship. Mostly because I like the nature of drawing, I guess, is this ability to be ultimately free, right? It lets me do whatever I want. And so in a sense, that freedom is what I enjoy the most about drawing. So it lets me depict whatever I want in a very personal way that I probably don't really take advantage of a ton because I'm not, oh my god, super creative, I don't think. I think I'm definitely better at just like knowing the, what's a good way to put it? I'm just good at knowing, good at learning and spitting out the information that I like. So, it seems really weird to be like, I don't have anything I like to draw. Because I'll draw whatever. Because what matters to me is being able to capture the essence more than what I'm drawing necessarily. That being said, my sketchbooks tend towards drawing myself a lot, I think. Usually it's like drawing myself, being unhappy with how it came out, drawing a whole bunch of boxes, drawing myself again, drawing a whole bunch of boxes, drawing whatever randomly came in my mind, and then doing that for like 7 pages, and then doing a study, and then drawing a whole bunch of boxes, and then drawing myself again. The sitting. I hate sitting for long times. That's fair. You should do a boxes flowchart. How do I do a boxes flowchart? I mean, I'll do it. I just don't know what I'm aiming for. Perspective is fun to play around with, for sure. Oh, Doggy, what are you doing? There you are. Now you're kind of on screen? It's your butt, at least. Come on, Springy. What do you mean? Cancel, I'm sad. I'm just a crybaby. That's fair. You're allowed to complain. You're valid for complaining. Believable boxes. Okay. What does believable boxes even mean? Like, how do I validate that for a person, right? What are you drawing? I'm just kind of drawing to the side. Someone asked me what I like to draw, and I'm like, I like drawing in perspective. I just look up to artists like Kim Jung-gi and Mobius and Jack Kirby, who just sit there and can just draw whatever. And so I kind of interpret that as kind of just drawing strange things. My automatic drawing is a lot worse, I feel like, than a lot of those artists. Not for like any reason, I'm just really bad at letting go and not thinking. So my thinking tends to be a little bit less polished. Maha's butt over the fish. Now you have Maha's well, they don't eat steak. Love that. Think you'll ever get better at that? Automatic drawing? I don't know. We can try doing some automatic drawing here. So the goal behind automatic drawing is to just kind of let your mind wander, and you just kind of really focus on maybe shapes and forms. And you're not trying to like create anything in particular. You're just kind of trying to literally let yourself go and not get phone calls in the middle of a stream. What the fuck, man? What is it? This is spam. I always get spam calls. But the trick is to once you catch yourself thinking, right, and doing based on what you're thinking, you kind of stop, right? Because what you're doing is now no longer automatic. It is now a thought. It is now an imagined thing. And you lose the spirit of the automatic drawing. I love the guys drawing on Proco. So they do a really great job of doing some really crazy shapes, right? And I just don't really get the same vibe from the ones that I draw. But I guess that's kind of the point. But people are always like, oh man, I love the way the automatic drawings come out. And I'm like, I really don't. They fucking suck. Sucks exercise for me. Do you think number one, my one brain cells will enjoy it? It is definitely one of those things that it will help you loosen up, right? You're more focused on getting cleaner, smoother lines than you are on actually designing or thinking about what to do with like line shapes. You just kind of let go and draw, do whatever you're thinking of in the moment. Me, it tends to be a lot of curves for some reason. Coming closer by the minute. He is. He wants something, but I don't know what he wants. He's not trembling, really, so I think he's a little upset. But I don't know what's kind of spooking him, and there's nothing I can really do to comfort him, because I don't know how to manage that, really. The best I can do is just kind of give him my hand as I'm drawing, I guess. You should go down. Go down? I know, buddy. There's nothing I can do. But you can be here. You can be here with me. I know, buddy. I know. I know, baby boy. A lot of hair stuck on my thing. My little drawing glove. Maybe it's something that works better with pencil? It's the same thing as the Peter Hahn exercise we were doing earlier. One of those things that you can really just... The end result doesn't matter. It matters a little bit in the sense that you want to be able to feel good about it, but you feel good about it by letting go. You feel good about it by saying, I was feeling really loose, really relaxed while drawing that. At least I think this is how meditative drawing is supposed to work. Or automatic drawing is supposed to work. Not 100%. I don't think there's a ton of, like, procedure. I can't imagine with a name like automatic drawing there would be a ton of, like, reason or rhyme behind it, right? Peter Hahn might as well invented art, in my view. Automatic drawing flowchart one. How do I do an automatic drawing flowchart? There's nothing to do. There's nothing to automate. It's already automatic. It's quite literally just empty your mind and draw lines. I guess you could just make a flowchart like that, couldn't you? Empty your mind, Step 2, draw lines. Congratulations, you have automatically drawn. You see a ramen bowl in there? That's crazy. I can't see shit, I'll be honest. Mitochondria? Yeah, mitochondria is definitely the powerhouse of the cell. It do be like that all the time. Takashi Murikama drawing? What? How does this even look remotely like Yu-Gi-Oh? Not Takahashi. Oh, Takashi Murikama. I don't know who you're talking about then. Telepathy gives you context. A stomach with a hole, a gut, and while the outside, a giant roach and a small snail. Giant roach and a small snail. You guys are finding some awesome stuff in here. Sometimes I wish I was half as creative as you guys. What do you mean by that? I mean, you guys have great characters and stuff. And I love the way you look at everything and you're like, wow, that's awesome. And I'm like, I could do a little work on the shading. don't think I understand. That's fair. Sprung is mega creative. I don't know if seeing a ramen bowl is creative or simply the product of my hunger. Well, it's like the... Maybe that's fair. But like sometimes people will see things in clouds and I'm like, yeah, like that thing. And then they don't see it at all. And it's like, I feel bad because I saw the thing that they saw, but they didn't see the thing that I saw. So it makes it feel very much like I'm just making stuff up. Happens a lot with my mom, I think, more than anything. Community management, he gives us honey around your ears. Huge question about one of your past drawings. Sure. It's something I can answer. I'll answer it. You remember the show with the axe? I remember the show with the axe. What the fuck? The show with the axe. I might need a little bit more context, I'm not gonna lie. The cow with the axe. Oh, my Minotaur girl. Yeah. I loved her. No one liked her. As cloud visions is a skill cooked. A skill issue. Brain is cooked. I keep like reposting the Minotaur lady every once in a while because I'm like, yeah, fucking let's go. I love this. And then it gets like 0 fucking reaction anywhere I post it. Whenever I post it, I'm like, fuck. No one likes Strawberry Minotaur lady. God damn it. I loved your sketch, especially with how you showcased the contours and the forms around her body. Then the final rendered version lost all of that. What exactly happened with that drawing? There's not anything that happened with that drawing. It's the mode of shading changed from hatching to so the way I showed form went from me drawing lines to me having shading with like values, and probably what happened is that the loss in the strong contrast when I was switching over to rounding the smoother forms is you preferred the stronger contrast because people prefer stronger contrast. This is my guess. You're not reaching the right crowd because Strawberry Minotaur Lady is perfect. Thank you, I appreciate it. I made it for my friend because she has like a strawberry cow thing, and they're like, oh, okay, I'm like, man, can't do fucking nothing right. They didn't ask for it also. I just did it because I liked the strawberry cow. Rare times I love the sketch more than the final piece. No, that's fair. I think I like the sketch a little bit more too. I was just trying to practice doing more colors and renders and stuff like that. I don't remember where I first saw it. I think maybe Reddit? I have it somewhere on here. I'll just post them on the Discord really quick. Pictures. And where is my art studies? Okay, I'll do put all of them. I even have the earlier one that's just the shade. The myth of artistic freedom. I want to draw it. I want to see it. I don't. You forgot to ask the payment processor. Wah wah. Alright, well, I'm copying this. Putting this someplace. I may be trash. That means I'm someone's treasure. What is with all of them? Think they be like this for real. Convince you this is fake. Guys are silly. Jesus Christ, what was that? Here's the Minotaur lady stuff. I should have probably put this in the not safe for it. Hold on. It's just tips, but still. Alright, I put it in the not safe for it for now. I think I also didn't do a great job with the skin color. I think I should have added a lot more like different hues in the darker areas. I think a lot of it kind of just, it's hard to see because of contrast, right? I let a lot of things disappear, and instead of making that part of the composition, I just outline the outside. That'd be my assumption. Let's see. Let me catch up here. I was going over Sprung's other stuff a while ago. We've all been there. Evil Big Sprung might be my favorite Sprung deep cut. Wait, what? What Evil Big Sprung? You're gonna have to be more specific. You ever revisit old drawings? I had an idea. I wanted to do like a comic book series with her and like a halfling. So like make her like the barbarian and him the mage or whatever. A sketchbook drawing. Jeez, that's gonna, you're not gonna nail it down. Do you have any idea how little that narrows things down? Full shadow value steady. Big sprung with black dot eyes. Is it blue ink? Or is it older than that? A shoot where he's looking into the distance. Hmm. 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 Let me look at my folder. Fountain pen sketch. Oh, jeez. I can go. Actually, I have my sketchbooks right here. Oh my god. Don't fuck me. There. So there is a sketchbook. Oh, here's a nice sketch I did of my brother. Yeah. You guys see that? I'm trying to do this without looking at the camera. This is probably a bad idea. Yeah, he was doing a piano recital, so I did a sketch of him. Did a sketch of the other people, but his came out the best. Off of these. I don't think I posted these anywhere. Back. It's so hard. I don't understand why it's so hard for my brain to look at the camera, because it's like it's mirrored, right? But I should be able to just do something else with it, right? That one's fun. No, I posted these Miguel sketches I did somewhere. But I still want to go back and maybe try to do some character animations with like old Disney things. Now I'm just looking through old sketches. I found Muding. Let's go. Oh, here's some more Miguel. If I can get the lighting right. It'd be really, really awesome to draw some like animations and then like people think it's actual Disney animation. That would make my day. Here's Mudang. Now it's not bait anymore. Now the stream is real. Look for it. Both. Oh, I love that one. It's an ink sketch. It's probably here. Oh, here's some face studies I did. Face studies. These ones are like expression studies, I guess, technically. Sent it to me. Oh, this one. This one's in my current sketchbook. That last one isn't even big sprung. That's just like a demon guy. It's not in this sketchbook though. What else do we have in this sketchbook? We have some tits. These are safe to show because there's no nipples. Good. Expression page. Expression page is a lot of fun to do. Hand expression pages are also really good. What's it called? I love hand expression pages. They're really good. Because you can tell a lot with a hand. I think besides the eyes, the hands are the most expressive part of the body. So you should not shy away from them. Always remember to study hands. Lots of hands. Oh my god. Oh my god, lots of hands. These are all pencils. They don't show up as good. Except when I hate it. Drawing hands is my favorite thing except me. That's fair. Here's some better like breakdown stuff too. I'm gonna get the right angle so the light shows the pen stuff better, pencil stuff. But it's you know. Hey, welcome back, Kana. We're doing some more drawings. Oh, I remember this Echo drawing. This Echo drawing fucking slaps, dude. I just watched Arcane when I did this one, so I'm trying to get the fucking thing. There you go. Level with the camera. Good. I did some like little chibi versions. A lot of red ink. And then ass. Spaceship. Astronaut. That one was fun. I like that one. Oh, the snakes. I love the snakes. Look at them. Behold their beauty. They are so small. Echo, my boy. I love Echo. Echo in the show is so fucking good. Highly recommend. Here's me tooling around with my friend's spaceship character. She's the pilot for the Adrift. I don't like the way I'm doing her face there. I might change a little bit. She looks a little bit gorilla-y. And then here is Witch. I drew... I don't think it was for like Halloween or anything. I just decided to draw a witch. Oh, yep. Here's Esmeralda again. A different pose on the ship. Wow, that contrast for the red ink really shows up, huh? And then here's got Springy, but he's all muscled up. Strong. This is, I don't know if this is really colored pencil. I think this is closer to like red lead. Oh, this is, I don't think I ever posted, well, first of all, some cats, right? Here's some cat drawings. That guy is fucked up. Look at him. Is that gonna focus? That guy's fucked up. His cat's funny also. And then here's a drawing of me and myself when it's 50 degrees outside. 50 degrees Fahrenheit. That is how cold I am all the time. And then what's on the last page? Yeah, I got to 300 followers on Blue Sky, which means nothing because all that means is I joined a, what's it called? One of those lists on Blue Sky, and then like a whole bunch of people just kind of auto follow everyone on the list and they don't ever interact or engage. So now it's just an inflated number that means nothing to me, and I hate it. It's my older sketch. Oh, so this is from, shoot, what's the name of the manga? Fuck me. But if you have a chance to read this manga, I can't remember the name of. I highly recommend that you do, because it fucking slaps. The artist is the same, was like an assistant on Fire Force. It's so fucking good. Highly recommend this one. I'm going from the back to the front. I went to a concert that my cousin did, and so I drew him on the drums here. He had, because the fan kept hitting him, so his shirt got really big. It was a lot of fun. One of his, I think the bassist is that one, and then this one is the singer. He was pretty sick. And that's the guitarist. And then that is just like some character that I drew, some chick. I don't think she's not real, I made her up. Some studies. What I like about this page here, so this is, I was doing a bunch of hip studies and stuff at the time. What I like about this page though is this drawing of Springy right here. It's very Star Child-esque. Thank you, I'm glad you guys like them. Those more hips. We're gonna go back. So this is the end of the sketchbook. I try to end my sketchbooks with a self-portrait of sorts. Whenever I can. Let's see, can I find anything good in this sketchbook that I want to show off? Because a lot of these are just hip studies. I highly recommend Prism Brush if you want studies. They don't really post anything anymore, but they do a really good job of showing some breakdown of anatomy and stuff in a way that helped me. May or may not help you, it depends. Everyone's different. Chain smoker. I don't actually smoke or do anything. I just feel like it's something really cool to do. So I do it sometimes as a character. So I don't actually smoke, but or vape or do any of that stuff. That's not big sprung at the end. It's hips, bone study, structure stuff. More bones. Wizard, trying out some spaceship designs. That is kind of meh. That guy was fun. Muscle studies, torso studies. Meh. I don't like them all that much, but well, you know. Torso studies. What do you mean, black tea? It's mostly just drawing the same thing over and over again until I understand it, which doesn't really work. I think I've already, you guys have seen the tortoise sketches, right? I still want to make a 3D model of this guy. He's pretty sick. American Wizard will always be my favorite. What? The tortoise guy. The one with the gun? What? Where is American Wizard? In here? Oh, are you talking about the one where I'm like, I might be out of spells, but I ain't out of shells? Here's some more big sprung stuff. Like, I haven't really gotten the face down. It's kind of the direction I'm taking it. This page before it shows a lot more of the process. Still not really understanding it. Trying to get in there though. Oh, these drawings were cool. I did So I did this for like a thing for the drawing sessions. If you know who Drawing Sessions is on YouTube, they have a Discord server, and sometimes they'll do like competitions and stuff. And so I did this for one of them, but it didn't really like turn any heads or do anything. I feel like I'm never gonna win anything ever, because man, I should just post these pictures independently because it's hard to hold the camera this way. I take prompts and stuff, and I 100% I'm like, I don't want to do the way that they are doing it. I want to try to get as creative as I can with the solution. And so what ends up happening is I end up just like being as loosely attached to the fucking prompt as possible. And I'm like, fuck, I didn't get any points. Here is. I had a friend whose dog was under their blanket, and it looked like their face was like this, and I was like, oh, they look like they're the Chiron, you know, the traveler of the dead, and they give him a little cat. I mean, fuck the prompt, I agree, but it's also right, like, it sucks that sometimes if you're trying to be like really creative, you can screw yourself over. Because it's fun to like be a little shit about it, you know? Oh man. Here's some thumbnails I was doing. Oh, this is from when I was designing my fish tank. What I wanted to do, the fish I wanted to have in the tank, the size tank, some of the thumbnails and designs, what I was going for. I've settled on this one, but I ended up not being able to finish the granite sculptures that I wanted to, so I gotta get around to it. On this page, it's just a whole bunch of different doodles and practices. You just proved yourself wrong sprung. How does it feel? What? Super creative. It depends. A lot of this stuff is not like, this page is a great example of lack of creativity. It's just practicing mouth shapes over and over again. Here and there doing stuff. That's straight up just loopy. Just kind of draw whatever's on my mind. Here's a bunch of stuff from when I was doing a bunch of fuck me, what's it called? Game with bugs and guns. Helldivers, that's the game. Do all that. The infamous do a whole bunch more of them doing stuff. Penguins, big penguins, studies, this and that, you know. Spinosaurus page, hell yeah. On the other side is just some more penguins, puffers, stuff like that. Mindless practice pages. It's a sketchbook, it's for practicing stuff. I guess. I took myself for granted. Granted. Also, I got this lion sketch I did. I was like, my boss is this lion sort of a thing. So I did this little lion doodle. He's still a pretty cool guy. I just don't like how he's anti-trans. I respect him as a creator, but not as like a person. One of those things. Wizard on a tower. Trying to get like that whole old value contrast that you see in like Sword and Board stuff. And it says, can you read that? Begone mortal, or this is the house of Is. Shooting out lightning bolts and shit. Fun stuff. That little tower. We're getting to the end of this one. This one is just a bunch of stuff. Pop, pop. Alright. What did you want to ask me about the thing? Now that I've been fully distracted for like an hour because I pulled out my old sketchbook. Once I get commissions and I have money that is outside of just like my once I have money that's outside of making rent and stuff, I like to get a printer with a scanner so that I can do scans and stuff. Did I answer? People flip through the sketchbook chart. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I like going back to old stuff because I feel way better than before. Did I answer? What was the question about? Because you asked, do you remember those, the evil sprung and stuff? Evil big sprung. But that's not even from like an old, that's like a current sketchbook. Let me go grab it really quick. That's like the third page. I'm almost done with this sketchbook too, so you guys have all been around watching all this stuff. Where is it? I was doing some, actually, this one has some fun stuff. Oh, it wasn't a question. This used to be remember it. That's fair. So I did another, I took the sketch I did of my brother and I was testing out some fountain pen ink and stuff. So yeah, literally the next page over, I have a bunch of face sketch stuff, practicing using the fountain pen, right? So I'm trying to see if the ink will bleed through, and then you have a bunch of these guys. Some big sprung with some devil, not even... I was just practicing some values to see if it would bleed through, and it really didn't, because you can't really see it on the next page over. Like, those are a lot of ink on those blackout spaces, and you can't really see it that well through here. So that was a lot of fun to see that this page. Here's remember everybody, you eat a banana, you potassium deficient hoe. Bugs are always great. Fountain pen doodles. Yeah, I'll do more fountain pen stuff. I think I have some more time for it. Ooh, those guys. Doing some drawings with Spooky. That was a fun interaction. What else we got? I should go back and do David. I don't think you'll be able to see this because I can barely see this myself. Maybe this one. Moida Shiba has a group of characters that are like robots, but they like sound robots. And so the concept for this character is, I can actually just read it to you instead of holding it. So the genre that they do is classical music. The adjective as like controlling the power is tradition. The power is time control, but they can only slow things down, right? This idea that they are trapped, well, they're like a fairly religious character, but they're trapped by, which reflects the character's feelings on trapped in tradition and under the control of the church. So it's a really, really powerful metaphor on how tradition and culture can, instead of freeing people and making people feel inspired, can really just like control people and make them feel like they're bound in chains forever, sort of a deal. Yeah. They are basically a castrato, if you know what that is. Some pages can't... Yeah, those are the pencil sketches ones. I was doing some figure drawings with brush. Trying to learn to use some brush pen and stuff. It was hit or miss. William Blake? Who's William Blake? What? crow drawings. I think everyone's seen the crow drawings though. Crow drawings. But yeah. I hope one day I can get a scanner so I can scan this all and then make it like a Patreon thing. Ooh, I like this face. I was doing some brush pen practice again, trying to get it, and I kind of just like drew this from memory, and I was like, damn, that's a fucking, that slaps. Holy shit. I was really proud of those. The other one's not as much. Literally just a whole page of cubes. Alright, this is enough of this. Back to the digital drawing. Otherwise, it won't look good for my metrics. Mandatory in every sketch. Everyone needs a little crow to help guide them along. I should probably drink some water. Man, I'm thirsty. I have a headache too. I don't know if it's because I didn't eat dinner last night or if it's because I just have a headache because I haven't drank enough water. I should drink some more water. I just drank some water, but you like them? Which ones? The brush pen ones? I like those a lot. That's what you get when you study proportions and stuff of the face. You get to make random people's faces for fun. Sometimes it hits, and a lot of times it doesn't. But you know, being able to just understand where people's faces are is a lot of fun. I got Daphne. Wondering if I could ask you something really fast when I get the chance. Did we get someone join the... Yeah, hey, welcome Daffy. This is a bit far. This is a bit of a stretch, Black Tea. Oh my gosh. I'm a money mancer. My only real spell is summon dollar. What's going on here? I should get back to drawing. That doesn't count. Obviously that doesn't count. Should also stop with this automatic drawing. But yeah. A very long, short demo on automatic drawing. There you go. Through my own sketchbook, right? It's really addictive. It makes you want to look back on stuff. I'm almost with this sketchbook. I'm excited for that. I want to see if I can, because these sketchbooks have like 60 pages in them, right? More or less. I'm going to, in the first week of August, I won't be here, because we're going to Seattle, my friends and I. I'm going to see if I can fill an entire sketchbook in that week. It's going to be 10 pages a day, but luckily, I'm on vacation, so you should keep some sketchbooks. They're always fun to have on you to draw. I will have bursts of drawing a lot in a sketchbook, and I will literally not touch my sketchbook for 2 months. So don't ever feel like, oh, I need to be using this sketchbook if I have it. It's quite literally, I take it with me everywhere, and I almost never draw in it. Why? Just, usually I'm way too occupied with yapping to draw, as you all may or may not have become aware of at this point. There's been subtle hints, for those with the eyes to see them. 10 pages a day is ambitious. It is. I don't plan on filling it with like impressive things. Like I'm sure that like 3 of the pages a day will be just me drawing boxes and cubes and shit, right? But it doesn't take more than like 10 minutes to fill out a page. So spread it out throughout the day. And plus there's like a 3-hour plane ride there and back. So that's 2 days taken care of. I would take some of my fancy ink, but that's a pain in the ass to try to draw in, because then dip pens are less usable. I'm just gonna take maybe a vial or a couple of vials of the blue ink that came with my Lamy Safari, and then I'll just do that. Did you immediately start with digital art? No, I didn't do digital art until college. That's not really saying anything, because like a year after I started doing traditional art, I started doing digital, but that's besides the point. I'm actually awful at like finishing sketchbooks, right? These small sketchbooks are the first sketchbooks I've ever like finished. Oh, you're talking to Kit. Never mind. I see how it is. People have moved on. I'm just kidding. I'm absolutely just fucking with you. And now I'm 1.5 years on digital. Wow, nice. Means you've only been drawing for like 2 years. That's awesome. You do such great work, kid. You should really be proud of yourself. I am like 10 years in, and I am where I'm at. For you to be 2 years in, 2.5 years, whatever, that's still. I don't know if I'm 10 years in and it shows. I feel like I'm 10 years in, and for 8 of those years I did fuck all, and the conglomerate 2 years, 8 years I did fuck all. Conglomerate of 1 year I did a lot, and now we're in the year that I have done a ton of like really cementing a lot of these values together. I strongly believe that if you spent 8 years just watching art videos and then 2 years practicing and trying to apply that stuff, you would be where I'm at. I'm not Peter Han's personal assistant. Oh my god. Y'all are too much sometimes. I need to get a feel for this knuckle, because this knuckle bone is weird to me. I don't know where it ends. crazy because like it may look to a lot of people like I am yapping, right? But a huge part of the creative process is actually taking a step back, right? Letting your eyes rest. So when I sit there and I yap for a ton, what it's doing is it's letting my brain in the background think about the figure as a whole, like geometric, whatever. Lets my brain reset and see it with fresh eyes. Make him question his skills any more than he already does. Thanks, Roll. So the yapping is an important part of the process. Now I should probably get better so that I don't have to yap for 2 hours instead of drawing the thing. It is quite true, right? I noticed that in my long breaks between drawing anything at all, I would see massive jumps in improvement. And that's not just because like, oh, you just got better by doing nothing. No, I was like watching tutorials, thinking about stuff, observing. I think the biggest thing that I did while I wasn't drawing was observing everything around me and like seeing what it looked like, trying to picture in my brain how I would draw it, right? And I wouldn't draw anything, and so probably I would have gotten better if I had drawn during that time. But from before, when I didn't look at anything, then take a big break and then draw something, it felt way more comfortable. So I highly recommend, remember, a lot of art is very mental, right? It's what you can see, what you can draw next, how you can fix stuff. So spend a lot of time actively observing, not just like, oh, I'm out here in the woods enjoying my time. You should be looking at trees and nature and squirrels and being like, hey, buddy, what base components are you like? And put the scissors away because we don't need that. But you know, that kind of stuff. Explain it is imagine training a dragon in Dragon Ball. What? Image training in Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, Dragon Ball. Yeah. Okay, there was a lot of stuff that I confused in there. Best art training anyone can ever do. I don't know if I would go that far. I think the best training you can ever do for drawing, in my personal experience and recommendation, is muscle memory practice. Because all the image training in the world doesn't mean shit if your hands literally cannot draw the line you're imagining. This is too small. Disagree? Okay. That is fair. This is one of those things where it is kind of like an opinion-based thing. A different person after not drawing for 2 months. You also became literally a different person in those 2 months. People underestimate how much they change, right? Improving through consuming art videos. I sometimes didn't draw for weeks and months, and it was still better than when I last picked up the pen. For sure. A lot of that is also just like resetting the brain and refreshing your eyes. So definitely, you can't just like become a master artist by not drawing, but you can often see big jumps in improvements from just observing. I think people do underplay that. I don't think it's the most important thing, right? I don't think it's the most important thing, but I think that it is very good, right? It's very good, and people will often put themselves down for doing it. Because like, man, it's been so long since I drew anything. It's like, well, what have you been doing in that time? It's fine if you don't draw anything. Just gotta be able to think it through a little bit. Why doesn't this look right? It's still thinner than the other finger is. To be fair, I think that can just happen if you draw before and take a break. But just not drawing, I don't think it's work. What? I think it is. I see it as a kid who studies all night before the exam versus the kid that studied in the middle of the year and gets a good night's rest before the exam. Exactly, it is. The recovery and rest does help a lot, right? I think it's what lets you process the information, right? You don't get better by just not drawing, right? You get better by taking a break, consuming more information, resting between that period, and then applying some of that is sunken in, right? Like the way I would describe it is in a fighting game or like any sort of game that requires you to master muscle memory. There's a long period of time where you have no idea what the hell you're doing, right? And so it's hard to have anything on reaction. And then once you get some muscle memory combos put into you, you can just like call them out when you need them, when you see a reaction time, right? It's the same thing. If you start out having no idea what you're doing, you're kind of just fumbling around. And then when you have some kind of an idea what you're doing, you're like, oh, let me try this here. And every time you do implement it, your brain gets a little better identifying why that works, why that doesn't work. Works, trust me. Buy online lessons for only $9.99. Just trust. It works, I promise. I think like if you draw like I don't know 2-3 months, take a month break, and you draw 2-3 months, taking a year break and come back. I don't think you improve in that time, but it's just a feeling. I don't have the stats to feel it. I gotta have that nice balance. I don't know. I would see an improvement, right? But I don't think it was like a big improvement, right? I think it was like a noticeable enough improvement to keep me hooked for another year or so, until it finally became like, all right, I'm finally good enough that I feel like I understand a lot of what they're saying and I can apply what they're saying. You know what I mean? Like eventually it kind of meshed together in a way that they were speaking a language and all of a sudden I was like, oh wait, I know that language. Does anyone understand that? Am I talking into the void? It was basically just like, when we talk about light and reflection, it's like, yeah, we have to think about the bounce light coming from the... Wait a second. You've already maxed out your art points. I'm not different. I haven't maxed out my art points. There's so much more I have to do. There's so much more I have to get better at. For me personally. For where I want to be, for what I want to do. Because there's so many artists out there that have such a good, fast process for rendering. Not only that, but they're thinking about like things that I never would, getting into areas that I never think about, doing all sorts of stuff. Damn, I gotta get there. Alright. I do want to start thinking about the hair. If this is the hairline, we're going to draw this straight down as best as we can until we get to the depends on what you do in that time. If you actively gather information about art and try to improve it more, I think you can improve after all. I think you can. But I don't think you can improve that much, right? It is a lot of knowledge, but it isn't just muscle memory. But that's draftsmanship, right? Because you can make... So that's where you have to draw the distinction between fine art and like commercial art, draftsmanship, right? Advise against hoarding art courses. Yeah, that sucks. It's a lot of money and it doesn't fucking work for me. The more you don't improve, more you don't improve better than if you would draw sometimes as well. Sort of, but you can, okay, so it's like this, right? It's not that you really improve when you don't do it. It's that if you keep working when you're burnt out, you're going to hurt yourself. Not just like physically, but also just like mentally. You're going to burn yourself out and you're going to learn less than if you had just taken a rest and not done anything. So that tends to be more of what I'm talking about. I think that taking a break from art and coming back and feeling like you've improved is less that you've actually gotten better. It's more that you've given yourself enough time that the burnout has gone away and you can actually see the improvement and growth. We should do like private, I try to do this with Moob, but Moob like canceled on me all the time. We should do like, I have a course from Ahmed Al-Douri, another one of my favorite artists, right? But I never fucking do it. I need the like other people to hold me accountable. If I stream it on Twitch, I'll probably get hit by a DMCA shit, and I don't blame him. I shouldn't do that. But if I stream it on Discord, no one will know. No one will know. So we'll just do some watching shit together and then draw on Magma, right? How does that sound? Illegal as shit, I know, but what if? Because otherwise, I'm never going to actually watch it. And I want to watch it because I respect and love Al-Douri's work a lot. But I need to get into it. Like, only really get into it when there's other people. Hypothetically speaking, of course. How you can suppose the idea. I have a whole bunch of videos from a course that I got from Ahmed Al-Douri. And streaming it here on Twitch would be highly illegal because, you know, it's their right to protect their intellectual property and for people to have to pay for their videos, right? I think that that is just and right and that they should do that. But I'm never actually going to finish the course unless someone sits with me and watches all of it. So what if we, on like the weekends or something, watched these courses and did them on Magma? I think that would be fun for the community. And also would help me a lot to get through them. Yeah, nice, cool. Have a tie or something in it? I do have a tie. I guess that's where the cross is. I thought it was an earring, but it doesn't look like it anymore. It looks like they've got a tie. On paper though, or else I die. That's fair. No, I'm probably just gonna like show the video and then discuss about it and stuff like that. A lot of it has to do with colors, so I don't know how much you could necessarily. It was something Sabu once told me when I messaged them. Sabu's a very nice artist, by the way. I have crayons. I love paper, honestly. Hard to see a hero fall. To be such a huge traditional enthusiast. What drove you away from it? I was talking about something though. Sabu, yeah. Sabu once recommended, yeah, no, I don't erase my sketchbook page or I draw a line art on a different one. I just erase away the sketch stuff and leave the other thing, and then that just becomes the line art. I think that's a big tip for anyone. That helped me a lot was just like struggle with lining something. Just fucking don't. Rainbow, SpongeBob Rainbow, just fucking don't, right? I could get the feel of pencil and paper on my iPad. I would like the iPad. Even those foils are not close. There is this one book thing, right? And it's not like it's more like a drawing tablet than it is a whatever. And you actually do just draw on paper and it detects the pressure. Kneaded erasers, pencils, paper, G pens. Those are fun. I like all of those things. Much cheaper and accessible. I agree with that. Although at the same time, my most used art tool is a mechanical pencil, and literally the cheapest big mechanical pencil that I would steal from somebody because they left it in the hallway. Maintenance costs piled up month after month. I wish I could send you some of my mechanical pencils or microns and stuff, because I just have a ton from like high school, because I hoard shit and I never throw anything away. And so I have a lot of mechanical pencils that still work, that are just like the cheapest shit mechanical pencils. But that is honestly the best tool you can have, is just something to hold the graphite. My personal opinion. I used to like one pencil for 2 years. Noted, never let pencil in a spot where the sun is. Oh no, what? I don't know what the price of mechanical pencil lead is for you over there. I know you can get a pack of Bic mechanical pencils for like $3. And the lead for 0.7 is really cheap. 0.7 is a lot thicker. 0.5 is thinner and it's a little bit more expensive. But usually it's not more than like $5. Although I can see how that could start to add up, especially if you're going through a whole HB a month. I'm surprised you don't have any sketchbooks then. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. No, that's fair. I have never drawn that much in my life, I don't think. I'll be honest. Uh Normal pencil is a lot better even though the precision is worse. 1.5 sketchbooks, and that's where it ends. Before these small books, I've not finished the sketchbook. You should share a bunch of the pictures from them. I'm sure everyone would love to see it. Yeah, it'll be fun. There is a lot of sketchbook to share though, so start maybe with your favorites. With deterioration? It's a lot of pictures to take at the same time. Do you mean like only afford newsprint and that thing dies after a couple months? Yeah, that's fair. I can imagine that's why Dropbox would be so difficult for you. Yellowed and faded. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I can definitely see how digital would be much cheaper. But that story even more has got me like, fuck people who use AI and are saying like, it's just so much, some people will just never be able to afford the resources. And it's like, are you kidding me? I know at least one person now that quite literally was working with the bare minimum. And then they got a tablet. So I know your American ass can do it. Mm-hmm. That's fair. I do hope that one day though, you can get to a place where you can get yourself like a nice pen or something. And then, I don't care if my drawings are lasting, I just like to do them. Yeah, that's also very fair. But it does, there is a bit of like a, man, I really liked that one drawing and now I found it again and it is in tattered pieces because the paper just didn't hold up. We have pictures nowadays, so we can do that, but not everything gets captured or pictured or whatever. But for sure, it's like, what's it called? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Alright, Kit. I hope that one day you can get to a place where you can afford a very nice fountain pen or a bunch of really nice microns. And I hope that you can fall in love with drawing physical all over again with some nice little sketchbooks. Also, I gotta find out how the hell international shipping works. I want to do these stickers so that people can buy them. I gotta get 20 minutes. I have 20 minutes here. Where is my co-singer gonna show up? Artwork animation done for yourself. I'm smartest. Sorry, I have someone messaging me in the Discord for stuff. Question mark, question mark. Some friends of mine sell stickers, and I shit you not, the shipping fee is upwards of 20 times the cost of the sticker. Yeah, I don't know how that's viable. That's my question for it. Because I know some people will charge like 14 bucks for a sticker, right? But I don't know necessarily. Oh wow, that's a nice picture from Antonio. What the hell? What is the average cost of stickers on Etsy? Hold on. I go to Etsy. People didn't buy the Big Top Burger stickers. Wow, it's much higher than the sticker price. What? Stickers, 10 bucks, 20 bucks afterwards, 15. This might be like a thing only. $5 for these stickers, $2 for throwback memes. What the hell? How much is the guy I know selling stuff for it? What are the stickers going for? Sticker place. Yo, he's got his own website? That's sick as hell. $7. A bundle for 20. Lucia Walling. Interesting. $5. About $5. $7 for the nicer ones, I guess. I gotta ask them how they do this, because they have just like a full-on website. Oh, Big Cartel. That's what it is. Interesting. Oh yeah. It's good for American and European audiences. That's fair. Much more friendly delivery fees. No, not Europe too. Yeah. This was actually helping a friend with this exact issue this morning on the server. See, I don't know. I couldn't be able to offer free shipping or anything, right? It might be more of like a convention thing, but even then, I don't really go to any conventions because money. Because money. Why is it so expensive to host at a convention? Or to go to a convention? Like, what the hell, man? It might not be worth it. Hell no, free shipping ain't worth it. Yeah, it wouldn't be worth it for me, but it would definitely make people maybe want to buy it. I really live in a place where I can buy a lot of stickers other than online. Be working for free. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? I might do it in like conjunction with merchandise, right? Or maybe do like a sticker loot box sort of a thing. That'd be nice. Or maybe just like sticker bundles. Offer them as Patreon rewards. Yeah, I'd still, what's it called? Because I'd still have to pay for shipping, wouldn't I? Which means that unless people are paying like $10 a month, I'm still out however much from each individual sticker. German thing, but besides some niche stuff, I never see stickers sell anywhere. Man, that sucks. It sucks that like Amazon can do free shipping to everyone, but then like the second someone like me tries to do it, it's not viable. I guess that's what you get when you control the means of production. Yeah, I guess you are also paying out the ass for free shipping on Amazon Prime. For what you guys would use stickers, I don't even put them on my skateboard, even though it's quite common. Really? I put them on my water bottle. I also put them on my trumpet case. I have some on my trumpet case. Hold on, let me show you guys. Oh, my husband. Oh. Look at my water bottle instead, so they don't bother my husband. On my 3DS. 3DS is a good one too. I put them on Chrome, but I knew it would fall. So most of the stickers that I get, right, are from breweries that I go to with my friends. So we'll go to the breweries and other stuff. This one here is a pic from my friend. Got me some cuts of chorizo and stuff for my birthday one time. It's like, that was awesome. This one's a cool unicorn. That's from a place called Odd News, where the owner's daughter or daughters are artists, and so they'll do all the collages and murals on the wall of the brewery. So that one's fun. Here's the Goose Island is starting to fade away. Rooster needed to get covered up because it was coming off. There's a fish, Ranchu goldfish. Black Cat was a sick place. We went to go there after a movie theater, and I got some pretty cool records. I wish I could play some of the music that I have from my cassette player, because I have like a nice Kirby and Chill music and stuff like that. A lot of that music is still under copyright protection, so I still don't get any of it to do anything with it. That one was cool. I can't. What does that say? That says Deep Cuts. So it's the same place as the pig one. It's just something else. But yeah, stickers are fun. Here's some more stickers on my trumpet case. If Maho. That's the full Goose Island one. We went to a escape room and we escaped. We also went to a place called Jester Kings. They have goats on the brewery lot. It was sick as hell. And then that's another one from Odd News. Oop. I know a lot of people that also put them on like their instruments. I personally don't put it on my guitar, but I know some people who do. And I think that's all 4. I only have 4 on my trumpet case. I've only put stickers on my trumpet case recently because of running out of room in my water bottle. I need to find out when my friend is coming for us to offer stuff. The goose one is a lot of fun. I got that from Chicago. As hospital room as possible. If I get a bottle, in best case, it's just a plain black grade bottle, see-through. Mm-hmm. No, I understand that for sure. I just kind of was like, you know, I'm getting some of these stickers from breweries and stuff, and the water bottle is kind of lame. So I just got another water. I just got my water bottle, a bunch of stuff. I can take it off whenever I want, so it's not that bad, I think. Definitely gonna need to flip this here. Sometimes bottle is too boring. I covered an entire one with waterproof Sharpie one time. Turns out it wasn't waterproof as I thought. My hands were always a mess. Lamau. That sounds like some high school level shit for sure. I feel like there's some stuff like that that I did in my life that's just like there are permanent consequences, or there are consequences to the action that I have taken that I'm gonna have to live with. They were never fun. Why can't the consequences to my actions ever be fun? I guess that's what writing porn is about, right? Uh-oh, how am I gonna get out of this one? They won't. You have a lot of eyeliner. I'm not really capturing the eyes super well, but that's alright. That's a problem for next week's Sprungy. Got a little raccoon on it. Aww. What do you mean, what? Black tea? I think elegant is the right way to say boring. You know what? Maybe I can use this as the back pattern for this instead of having whatever is going on. I can just slap this underneath. That way it wasn't for nothing. I think that is a big thing, right? Just because you think someone else might not like it doesn't mean that's true. There are a lot of things that I feel like I'm very boring with. Like the sandwich I had for lunch today. And the sandwich I have for lunch almost every day is just some butter and ham betwixt some highly processed American bread. Because it's not toast, it's Hawaiian bread. I don't know if you guys have Hawaiian bread over in Germany, but I gotta ask my friend if they're coming over. What the hell? Someone's cat is doing that. If something or because if he's on his way now, then that means that I'm gonna have to open the gate at any moment. And I would like a little bit of time to drink some water and then walk my dog, my little baby boy. Super almond. Hawaiian toast as in like ham, pineapple, and cheese. No. These are like rolls, but they're like really high in sugar content, so they're really sweet. We can't let go. No. That just sounds like Hawaiian pizza with extra steps. They're good. Let me take a picture. Hold on. I'll take a picture and I'll send it to the Discord really quick. It's like them because they are very sweet. And until my dying breath, I will continue to just like something even if it's bad for me, as long as it's sweet. I suppose I could have just like downloaded a file and sent them instead of taking a picture, but these are good. I like them. When my mom goes to Costco, she usually gets me some, as well as some rotisserie chicken for Maha. Under boob, sure was I was. Every admirer is a secret admirer if you're unable to pick up on social cues. White monster. What the hell? Kind of budget pizza. Oh, interesting. Good fancy. Yeah, King Swine. King Swine. Just enjoys one pineapple dish. I think Hawaiian pizza is great. Bit of fancy tomato. I just don't eat food fast enough to justify, because sometimes I'll let stuff go and then I just don't eat as much as I buy. So I tend to buy food that has a long shelf life, which means I eat a lot of processed food. So there's that. Yeah, milkbrotten, but never heard it in combination with Hawaii. It is basically just milk buns, yeah. I just don't know how to make them, right? Because I found a recipe for some rolls that was kind of okay, but it was like a brioche, and the brioche ended up being way too dense. I'm just real bad with brioche in general. All my brioche tends to be real dense. I don't intend for it to be dense, it takes a long time to rise for some reason, and I'm always worried about it, and so I just like, And then I bake them at too hot a temperature, I think, most of the time. It is what it is. I have had a lot of success with tongxia, which is basically just you pour boiling water onto some of the flour to make a sort of like what's it called? It's not like a key. It's like I forget what it's called, but you turn it into like a gelatin thing, and it locks in a lot more moisture. Just like pineapples and anything else? That makes sense. I mean, pineapples are one of those things that are, like, in nature, incredibly sweet. Like, they're very uncommon, I feel. It's like, what is it? Bananas, I think? Oh, my headphone battery is low. I'm gonna have to end stream because my headphones aren't charged enough. I left them unplugged overnight and on, which is a problem. But I charged them for like 20 minutes, so. If my headphones die, I'll probably just have to. And Sunset Sprung Hawaiian Rolls is killing me. I grew up eating these things, and they're basically just like the softest, sweetest breads. And I was like, delicious. Can't bake anything right. I tried. Really? Usually I do a lot of breakdowns on why things don't work, right? And I'm pretty sure I have a good handle on why the brioche didn't work super well. Because one of the brioches I've done, not recently, but like a year ago, came out pretty good. And it was like a mixture of like better mixing, but also I let it rest for way longer, and I turned the oven temperature way down so that nothing got burned or locked in. Because the problem was that the outside shell was getting really like hard, and then the inside wasn't allowed to expand as much. Yeah, unfortunately, if my headphones go out, so do my my entire audio system goes out. So once that goes, I'll have to leave. I'm waiting to see if my co-students. What do you call somebody that's in school with you? What is the term for that? Is it just co-student? It's not like colleague. It's like a schoolmate. Yeah, my schoolmate. My schoolmate is coming maybe to do some opera stuff. But if they don't, I'm not mad. I'm just gonna walk my dog and do nothing. Classmate, yeah. Schoolmate, classmate, scholar. Kit coming back with a scholar quote. Mein Scholar. They are coming. Oh, Monster Hunter music. Let's fucking go. My headphones are gonna die literally any second now. Fair, I'm not super passionate about cooking. If I can avoid it, I do it. That's absolutely fair. I just like being good at things, because usually you can get really good at things by just practicing. Time eating, not cooking. I like it when people like my food. I think that's what drives me the most, is when people enjoy my cooking. Which reminds me, I need to find out how to make some pork cutlets tonight. Because tomorrow I'm having friends over and I'm making pork cutlets. And I've never made pork cutlets before in my life. To have a person that likes to cook for you. Any volunteer? Just resting my eyes. The only chore at home I hate cooking. The other chores are so easy and taking less time, but cooking. It depends. Because I can make a meal in like 30 minutes, but it takes me 2 hours to do laundry. So that kind of pisses me off. In fact, I can make a meal in way faster than 30 minutes, right? Depending on which ingredients I use and what I'm making. There's a lot I can make with just a pot also, so I don't have to worry about cleaning up too much, because I'll make it in the pot and then eat it out of the pot and then just clean up the pot. Usually that has to do with pasta though, so it depends. Straight, going up and down. I speedrun laundry. I think we're dynamically opposite. It's like it has to be in the washer for an hour. Then it has to go into the dryer for an hour. And then I have to put the other clothes from the basket into the washer so that they're in there for an hour. Then I have to take all of the laundry onto the bed. And then I have to fold it. And then I have to put it up on the thing. It's just forever. I count all the time that I'm waiting for the laundry in the dryer. So, even though I'm like watching TV while I'm doing it, I count that as doing laundry. Because otherwise I'll forget and it'll be there for like 3 hours and I'm not gonna remember and all my shirts are gonna be wrinkled as hell. I don't even iron it, right? I also only do my laundry when I run out of clothes. So specifically gym clothes. Because that's the stuff that gets the dirtiest when I walk my dog. We gotta fix the head or the eyes a lot, but that's fine. Right now we're focused more on the right now we're more focused on getting the hair right. And we can focus on the other parts later. So the problem is I get distracted so easily that like if I'm not locked in paying attention to when the laundry is going off, I literally will just ruin my laundry, ruin my clothes. Plus it's boring.